Ladies and gentlemen, please make some noise for...
Hi, this is Landscapes. How can I help you? Hi, I'm planning to visit Sri Lanka soon and wanted to know what kind of packages you offer.
That's great to hear. We have several travel packages available. Let me tell you about a few of our most popular options. So, we have family escapes, friends escapes, couples escapes, and an adventure escapes, along with a few more options as well.
Okay, that sounds great. I think the friends package would be the best fit for me. I'll go with that.
Perfect choice. Let me take you through the escapes.
So just a little bit about Landscapes.
Landscapes. Yeah, Landscapes.
Landscapes.
I've been to Sri Lanka maybe 4 or 5 times, but this trip has probably been the best.
100%.
Of all those trips I've...
In the 1980s, while the first world countries were enjoying new, fanciful devices like the Walkman and the VCR, the locals in Sri Lanka were still thrilled by the simple taking off and soaring of airplanes by their villages. On March 12, 1987, a popular and charismatic man named Vigneswaran established VMS Travel and Tours, soon to be one of the pioneers of the travel and tourism industry in Sri Lanka. VMS quickly began coming to the aid and service of anyone and everyone that needed travel arrangements, whether for business, for migration, or leisure. VMS Travel and Tours proudly continues its legacy with its new overseas location in Toronto, Canada.
"25 years later, we still offer one-on-one personalized service for our customers. Whether you are traveling with your family, a tour group, or you're a student on a budget, we have you covered. Product launches, business conferences, even dream destination weddings, you can count on us.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. I regret to inform you that this flight has been delayed and will be taxiing back to the gate. An airline...
Unlike websites and online agencies, VMS Travel provides its customers with round-the-clock service and is available at any time to accommodate for sudden changes or emergencies. With the upcoming launch of our mobile app, you can access information, send messages, or contact our call center directly from anywhere around the world. We are always adapting to changes. We don't just embrace change, we anticipate them.
There are many considerations and preparations you need to make before your trip. We are here to ease that load and bring the fun back into traveling.
Book your next travel with an agency that has over 25 years worth of experience and industry know-how, so you can travel with the ease and comfort of knowing you are well taken care of.
VMS Travel and Tours.
வீரகேசரி சாதனைகளுடன் நூற்றாண்டை நோக்கிய பயணம் தொன்றும் இன்றும்
HD Plus ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම මෙසිය 50කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන්ක් විඳින්න මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් ප්‍රේමාලිය රත්න බැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදා තුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක Pio TV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ, ක්‍රිකට්, පාපන්දු, එල්ලේ, රගර්, සංගීත සංදර්ශන, මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන්, දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 203 71 67.
At Avenia Pharma Private Limited, we believe that quality healthcare begins with trust. Established in 2007, Avenia Pharma has grown into one of Sri Lanka's most reliable names in pharmaceutical and surgical product distribution. Guided by the visionary leadership of our managing director, Mr. C. Sadananthan, the company began with a mission to raise the standards of medical supply across the nation. Over the years, that mission has shaped who we are. Avenia Pharma delivers a strong and diverse portfolio of high-quality pharmaceutical products, surgical implants, and medical devices, trusted by healthcare professionals across the country. Our continued commitment to quality, safety, and innovation has enabled us to build a solid reputation within the healthcare industry. Our team works tirelessly to ensure that every product meets global standards and contributes to better patient outcomes. For nearly 2 decades, our growth has been steady, consistent, and purpose-driven, backed by integrity, expertise, and a deep dedication to serving the medical community. Avenia Pharma, delivering excellence, elevating healthcare.
Introduces Filla Bites. Available in blueberry, strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and cheese from RG Brothers.
Hi, this is Landscapes. How can I help you? Hi, I'm planning to visit Sri Lanka soon and wanted to know what kind of packages you offer.
That's great to hear. We have several travel packages available. Let me tell you about a few of our most popular options. So, we have family escapes, friends escapes, couples escapes, and an adventure escapes, along with a few more options as well.
Okay, that sounds great. I think the Friends package would be the best fit for me. I'll go with that.
Perfect choice. Let me take you through the escapes.
So just a little bit about landscapes.
Landscapes. Landscape.
Landscapes.
I've been to Sri Lanka maybe 4 or 5 times, but this trip has probably been the best.
100%.
Of all of those trips I've.
In the 1980s, while the first world countries were enjoying new, fanciful devices like the Walkman and the VCR, the locals in Sri Lanka were still thrilled by the simple taking off and soaring of airplanes by their villages. On March 12, 1987, a popular and charismatic man named Vigneswaran established VMS Travel and Tours, soon to be one of the pioneers of the travel and tourism industry in Sri Lanka. VMS quickly began coming to the aid and service of anyone and everyone that needed travel arrangements, whether for business, for migration, or leisure. VMS Travel and Tours proudly continues its legacy with its new overseas location in Toronto, Canada.
"25 years later, we still offer one-on-one personalized service for our customers. Whether you are traveling with your family, a tour group, or you're a student on a budget, we have you covered. Product launches, business conferences, even dream destination weddings. You can count on us.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. I regret to inform you that this flight has been delayed and will be taxiing back to the gate. An airline...
Unlike websites and online agencies, VMS Travel provides its customers with round-the-clock service and is available at any time to accommodate for sudden changes or emergencies. With the upcoming launch of our mobile app, you can access information, send messages, or contact our call center directly from anywhere around the world. We are always adapting to changes. We don't just embrace change, we anticipate them.
There are many considerations and preparations you need to make before your trip. We are here to ease that load and bring the fun back into traveling.
Book your next travel with an agency that has over 25 years worth of experience and industry know-how, so you can travel with the ease and comfort of knowing you are well taken care of.
VMS Travel and Tours.
வீரகேசரி சாதனைகளுடன் நூற்றாண்டை நோக்கிய பயணம். தொன்றும் இன்றும் என்றும் நிலையாய் எம்மை தாங்கி உயர்வாய் மொழியாய் அறிவாய் அன்புடன் வழிநடத்தும் வாசகர்கள், விளம்பரதாரர்கள், பத்திரிகை முகவர்கள், எழுத்தாளர்கள், நலன் விரும்பிகள் சகலருக்கும் பேரன்பு கலந்த நன்றிகள்.
HD Plus ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙන් සහශනාල් සොසිල් ප්‍රනාම්දෝ බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න පැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the බයිලා මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 203 7167.
ඩිවිෂන් 1 එකේද? ඩිවිෂන් 1 එක රණබීම ඩිමෝට් වෙලා ඉන්නේ. තව කුරුණෑගල පැත්තට කලඹ පැත්තේ එකයි. තව මට හරියට මතක මේ නම මතක නැහැ. සුමංගල. අපට අහලා බලලා තමයි කියනවා සෙක්‍රටරි. නඩ පුළුවන්. අය මොකද කේස් එක? ඒගොල්ලන්ට පණිවිඩය කාම නැද්ද? දැන් ඔයගොල්ලන්ට ආවද නඩුවට ආවද? ඊළඟ චෙක් කරන්න.
That's 71 for the loss of 5 wickets. Jaffna Hindu coming back with some aggressive intent. Scored a few runs, scored 15 runs so far post-lunch. That was nicely driven onto the offside for a single. Preethigan and Premigan. Preethigan on 3 and Premigan just walked in. He's on 15 off 10 balls. Showing a bit of aggressive intent against the leggy. That is slightly short, cut through the point region for 4 runs. That was slightly short and punished accordingly. The score moves on to 76. Yep, that's nicely played indeed. Rock back, short, outside the off stump, turning away, rock back, and cut through the gap for 4 runs. That's again on the onside, nicely played towards the square leg region for a single. So Premigan making his intentions very clear. He's going to go after the bowling as much as possible. It's a good thing to do, but of course he needs to be careful as well. He probably can't be. He'd probably have to play the ball on his merits, show some good aggressive intent, keep the scoreboard moving, and with a good partnership, the game can change. Premigan is a bit sedate. Yep. That's the end of the over. At the end of over number 30. Yuvraj into the attack from the commentary box end. Sorry, that's Yadav, not Yuvraj, sorry. That's again nicely played through the counts for 4 runs. Again, a bit baffling. I thought Yuvraj bowled very well from this side. He took 3 wickets. And then again, we brought back in Yadav. I'm not too sure whether it's actually because of matchups. And sometimes I feel that, these matchups are something which is sort of relatively overplayed. When you get a left-hand batter in, it is not mandatory that you got to bring in an off-spinner. It's all about how you manage the situations. It's all about how you use your resources. This time, Yuvraj was bowling well from this side, but inexplicably, he was taken out, and he brought in an off-spinner. But let's see. I think unconventional things has worked for Hindu College Colombo, so let's see how it works over here. But good intent shown by Jaffna Hindu. Oh, that really came back with the arm. He went for a cut. It was not there. It wasn't short enough. It wasn't turning away. It just came back in and it just got cramped. Oh, that was very, very, very close indeed to the off stump. That's again a dangerous ploy, to be honest. It was again angling in. Just throwing the pad at it doesn't really make sense, to be honest. It was pretty risky. That's again nicely bowled, slower through the air this time. Keeping it nice and tight, Yadav. He's bowled very well so far. He's into his 8th over, just given away 9 runs. He just bowled one loose delivery which went for 4. Other than that, he's been spot on with his line and length. 2 for 9 off in his 8th over, in 7.5 overs. That's again nicely bowled. Beaten on the inside edge, is that right? Yep, that's the end of over number 34. The score moves on to 81 for the loss of 5 wickets.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67
Deshkar to continue from the Vanathamul end. He's so far given away 11 runs of 5 overs. He's bowled pretty well except for the last over. He's kept it nice and tight except for the last over where he just went for a boundary. Deshkar to me is a very good old-fashioned crafty leg spinner. A young guy, young player playing in his 4th year if I'm not mistaken. I think he's also eligible for another year which is the bonus year. He's a very, very experienced campaigner, captaining the school for the second consecutive year. He's seen it through everything. He's been bowling very well. A good traditional, old-fashioned leg spinner, getting the ball to ripple away, as well as he also has a decent googly. Not like the present-day leg spinners who would like to sort of push it flat and fast. That's again nicely played, inviting the batter to drive. That's played beautifully through the cover region for 4 runs. That's a wonderful shot indeed. Played with the spin, got to the pitch of the delivery, extension of the bat swing, and that's 4 runs. That's a lovely stroke indeed. Look at that. He just got a little bit of space, slightly moved towards the onside, and just caressed it through the offside cordon for 4 runs. Lovely stroke. Again, a good old-fashioned leg spinner shouldn't mind that. It's again, we always say that, you got to get your batters to play strokes so that you can get wickets. So let's see what's on store right now. But the two brothers, Preethigan and Premigan, has batted very well ever since lunch. They tried to put on a partnership. They put on a partnership so far for about 31 runs. Preethigan on 16 and Premigan on 16 as well. There we go. That's a good drop and run, a single. Few boundaries, and then you could see that the inner cordon slightly going up, slightly going down further, and that provides the gaps. Now you could see, the inner ring is away, the attacking field is off, and you could see there are a lot of gaps opening up. There are a lot of singles available. So this is what the Jaffna Hindu would really want to. I think the Colombo Hindu folks, they should be attacking more. That's again nicely played, deftly into the slips. No run. Hindu College Colombo should be looking for wickets, and Jaffna Hindu, this is, I think, playing into the Jaffna Hindu hands. The field is up, field is out. It makes it a bit more easier for them to play strokes and get those singles and keep the scoreboard ticking. There we go. That's Hoik towards the mid-wicket region. Is that in the air? Yep. Now it falls in the no man's land, and that's a single. So the intentions from Jaffna Hindu are very clear. They want to put up a score. They really want to put up a score. I think the idea was right to play that slog sweep or probably I think the intention was to play through the square leg region, but I think probably he played a little bit too early. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. That's it. That's a beautiful delivery indeed. That's a wonderful delivery. Absolutely beautiful indeed by Deshkar. Deshkar gets that big breakthrough. The ball slid on with the arm. It just went on. It didn't turn. The batter playing for the turn and caught behind. A very smart catch by Midushigan. that was a fantastic delivery indeed. It was tossed up outside the off stump, pitched in. I think probably just turned in a little bit rather, but it was on a fuller length, inviting the batter to drew the batter towards the ball, and then it just snicked, and a pretty good catch indeed. Very, very good bowling indeed. That's the big breakthrough which Hindu College Colombo was looking for. Deshkar, the skipper, provides that breakthrough, and that's the 6th wicket gone. 87 for the loss of 6 wickets. So far, all the wickets have been taken by the spinners. Yadav has taken 2. The left-arm spinner took 3, and Deshkar and 1. So it's 6 down. For 91, the new man in is Janakar and Laksigan, I think. Laksigan and Premigan. Premigan on 20. The set batter. Laksigan also is a decent bat. He can bat fairly well. Yep, exactly. Janakar and Laksigan. That's again nicely bowled. I think 91 for 6 is a pretty. I mean, Jaffna, Colombo Hindu is slightly on top, but I think again, these games, these low-scoring games, can be quite tricky as well. We witnessed the big match in Jaffna where St. John's College got dismissed for 119, and Jaffna Central College got dismissed for 95, and then again St. John's went up to 223, and then Jaffna Central College, they were tottering at 120 for 6, chasing a target of 248, but on the last day, they won that match. Jaffna Central College won the game by 3 wickets with a fantastic 88 from Murali Tison. So that's how the things can change, the games can change. It's just that you got to be in the moment, you got to be in the game, you got to make sure that as a team you are in the game. You just have to just be there and thereabouts. You can make a change. So Jaffna Hindu boys, you guys can make a change, and then Colombo Hindu, you really have to sort of be at your best to compete right till the end. Good delivery again by Yadav. That's a lovely hit down the track. Is that in the air? Up, that's 6. That's a lovely hit indeed. Down the track, came to the pitch of the delivery, and then hoisted over the long on region for 6. That's a good stroke. over the mid-wicket region for 6. That was a good stroke indeed. He just came down, a little bit of a shimmy, and then went down on his knee and then swung it away down the leg side through the mid-wicket region for 6. It's a very, very good hit indeed. Premigan showing his aggressive intent, 26 of 18 deliveries and Laxigan on 1. I think here again I would see the Hindu College Colombo folks are missing a trick. Of course, now they're attacking a little bit. That's fine. That's good. Probably they should be attacking more. You should get your wickets in. You can't let the batters to come in. You really have to attack and you really have to get your wickets. This is not a one-day game. This is not a one-day game for you to sort of go in a restriction mode. That's nicely bowled. And no run. It's a loud appeal. Was that right? That's LBW, is it right? Looks, probably would love to see the replay. Was it bowled? Yep. I'd like to see the replay again. He seems to have got himself yorked. That's wicket number 7. Laxigan bowled by Deshkar. Deshkar into the act, his second wicket. Let's see how it goes. Ooh, that spun. That's pitched on Midland leg and just spun inside. Turned a little bit. Went through the baton pad, grazed the leg slump, and that's a lovely delivery indeed. Of course, it was poor batting. Not too sure as to why he gave that gap. He probably could have closed that gap and then played it straighter. But that being said, Laxigan is out. That's wicket number 7. Jaffna Hindu in deep trouble. The new man in is Sudarshan Abhivarnan. Premigan on 26 and this is the new man in is Kanagraj Nitish Raj or Nitish Kumar. Again, is a good leg spinner as well as a decent batter as well. So Premigan on 26 is still showing his aggressive intent. That was a wonderful catch indeed. That was an absolutely wonderful catch. Brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. The Hindu College Colombo bowling fielding has been top notch today. They've held on to some fantastic catches, and that's a poor stroke. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that. Look at that catch. Look at that catch. That's an absolutely wonderful catch. I think it's Harsha Muthumina. This is his second catch. Even before he got rid of the left-handed batter, he took a brilliant catch indeed. And Harsha Muthumina again into the act. What a wonderful catch. There were 3 great catches today, and out of that 2 were from Harsha Muthumina. And Premigan out for 26. That was a poor stroke indeed. That was an absolutely poor stroke indeed. He should have played more responsibly. But in the meantime, that was a wonderful catch indeed. Now this Hindu College Colombo fielding unit is making a big difference. That's the 3rd wicket for Deshkar. But I think that wicket should be given to Harsha Muthumina. Harsha Mutumina. Fast bowler. Fast bowler. Mutumina. The new man in is Sudarshan Abhivarnan. Probably it would be interesting to check whether he's the brother of Sudarshan Subarnan. Maybe we'll revalidate that. But in the meantime, young Sudarshan Abhivarnan playing in his first game, first big match, I would say, along with Kanagrat Nitish Raj. Nitish Raj did play in the last year's episode. He took a 5 if I remember right. He was bowling very well. He's a good leg spinner. And now Colombo Hindu really on top. It's again nicely bowled. That's a loud appeal for LBW. That's out. That's given out as well. Yuvraj gets his fourth wicket. That ball really did straighten. Would like to see the replay just to make sure that whether it was missing the leg stump or not. But umpire took a long time. Oh, yeah, that's out. That's a pretty good delivery indeed. That's a very, very good delivery. That was plumb, probably hitting middle and leg. Pitched around leg stump. And then turning into the batter. That was a lovely delivery indeed. That's wicket number 4 and wicket number 4 for Yuvraj. And that's wicket number 9. Sudarshan Abhivarnan, LBW, bowled Yuvraj for a duck. 100 for the loss of 9 wickets. Good to see some spectators applauding, teachers, parents applauding the good work of the Hindu College Colombo boys. Could be their children, could be their students. It's nice to see them enjoying, and the Hindu College Colombo boys are providing that enjoyment on a Friday. 9 down for the loss for 100 runs, and Jaffna Hindu won the toss and elected to bat first. They wouldn't have expected this score. They actually would have thought, like, I think we spoke to Subarnan, when we spoke to Subarnan in the morning, he said, like, he's expecting to, wither off the first session or the first hour or so, and then, want to score runs. But that's not happening. That's not what's happening. It was a mixture of good bowling and a couple of ordinary strokes by Jaffna Hindu as well. But it's been very, very good tight bowling and very good fielding, which has resulted in this situation. Yuvraj in pursuit of his fifer. That's the end of the over. 4 for 32. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's the one which went the other way around. It was a nice delivery indeed. That's again a loud appeal. That's a loud appeal. Deshkar on the hunt. Deshkar really on the hunt. The Hindu College Colombo are really on the hunt. They are really looking forward to wrapping this innings. But again, I'm just wondering, like, they should be going on an all-out attack right now. There's no point in, like, having an in-out field. You don't want to leak more runs. You don't want to give them more singles. I think it's attack and then wrap it up. But I think it's a slightly defensive or slightly in-out field which has been deployed right now. That's nicely played into the off-stump, offside, no run. That again went the other way around. It was probably a googly or a slider. It's a slider, possibly. It just went on with the arm. Hariharan, not known for his batting, more of a bowler. He's a very good fast bowler. He's a good with a good sling action. He can actually crank it up a little bit on the pace. He's a pretty good prospect. Playing in his last year, the vice captain of the team, Hariharan and Nitish Raj. Nitish is a good leg spinner, and he can bat as well. I've seen Nitish also as a youngster. He's growing up. He's grown up in confidence. Last year he bowled very well. I think he took a fifer and possibly was the best bowler as well. I'm not very sure. I'm not 100% sure, but yes, he did very well indeed. 101 for the loss of 9 wickets in over number 39. At the end of over number 39.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පින් සහශනා සොසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දු බෙහින්දු ආරියරතු පැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the බයිලා මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 17
Yep, he's bowling very well. I think he started off not so good, but I think right now he's settled into a groove and rhythm. I think I'm not too sure whether giving the new ball to him was the right idea, but probably I think he seems to be a bowler when the ball gets more older. He seems to be getting a fair amount of grip and turn. Yep, there you are. Nicely bowled indeed. Roshan, I think when we had this session with Vyas Kant the other day, right, a couple of days back, we were discussing about it, and Vyas did tell us that, yes, initial session you will get some moisture and all, but I think you probably,
Like he said, what he said was, in his language, he said after a few overs you might see the conditions are changing and you can bring up the spinners, then you attack with your spinners. He said this is the
correct.
He said,
correct.
Attack with your spinners, and that's the same thing Deshkar is doing.
So his advice to Deshkar was like, win the toss. If you win the toss, bowl first. But the toss was won by Jaffna Hindu, but Deshkar got what he wanted. Oh, what he was advised. That's it. Is that right? No. Oh, that's it. Yes. That's wicket number 5 for you, Raj. The batsman not too happy. You really want to have a look at the replay. There we go. The Hindu College, Colombo, all boys. They're really like,
யுவராஜ் 5 விக்கெட் பரதியை கைப்பற்றுகிறார். யாழ்ப்பாணம் இன்னிங் கல்லூரி சகல விக்கெட்டுகளையும் இழந்திருக்கிறது. எனவே மதிய போச நடைபெறும் பிறகு மீண்டும் ஒரு தடவை 2 அணிகளும் மைதானத்தை விட்டு வெளியே செல்கின்றன.
I think there was a bit of a gap between the bat and the ball. It was quite unlucky. I would say the batter was quite unlucky, but I think it's a reward for good bowling, good consistent bowling. 5 wickets for Yuvraj, but yes, that's not the best of the decisions, I would say. Possibly, I think there were 2 decisions in this game. Probably could have gone either way, but this was I think there's a fair bit of daylight between the bat and the ball. Would like to see the replay again though.
யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்த கல்லூரி தன்னுடைய சகல விக்கெட்டுகளையும் இழந்திருக்கிறது. 101 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு இந்த கல்லூரி கொடுப்பு மிகச்சிறப்பாக பந்து வீசி இந்த விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுத்திருக்கிறது. யுவராஜ் 5 விக்கெட்டுகள், தேஷ்கர் 3 விக்கெட்டுகளை எடுத்திருந்தார். 2 விக்கெட்டுகளில் ஓட்டங்களை மிக குறைவாக கொடுத்து எடுத்திருந்தார். மிகச்சிறப்பாக பந்து வீசிய சூழல் பந்து வீச்சாளர் யார்?
Yuvraj 5, Yadav 2, Deshkar 3. Yeah, correct.
ஸ்கோர் வரங்கள் இப்போது யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்த கல்லூரி சார்பாக 31 ஓட்டங்களை எடுத்திருந்தார். ஆதித்யன் விக்கெட் காப்பாளர் 97 பந்துகளை சந்தித்து அதுபோல 26 ஓட்டங்களை ப்ரீ விக்கெட் எடுத்து வேகமாக அதிக போச்சு நடவடிக்கை ஊட்டங்களை அதிகரித்திருந்தார். ஆனால் அவர்களை தவிர இன்னும் 2 பேர் தான் 10 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு மேல் மொத்த ஓட்டங்களுக்கு 102 எதிரே 5 விக்கெட்டுகளை யுவராஜ் கைப்பற்றினார்.
Yeah, that's a wonderful bowling and fielding performance by the Hindu College Colombo boys. Anish just scored 1 run, Bhavanan 1, Adityan 31, the top scorer, Nirujan 14, Sudarshan Subbanand, his captain, the key wicket indeed, that was 1. He was out for 1. Preethigan 17, Premigan 26, Laksigan, Nitish Raj, none of them were able to. Laksigan 1, Nitish was not out 4, Sudarshan Abhivarnan for a duck and Hariharan for a duck as well. So 102 for the loss of 102 all out. And look at the bowling figures, Loshan. Wonderful bowling figures by everyone too, pretty much. I think the proceeding was started by Santosh. Santosh had a good spell, 7 overs, not for 12. Yadav took the first 2 wickets, bowled very well, and he put the breaks in, and 2 for 19 of 9 overs. Yuvraj, he started off not so well, but I think he came back really nicely, ripped the Jaffna Hindu batting apart. 10.5 overs, one maiden, 5 for 33, and of course Deshkar chipped in with 3 very good wickets indeed. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 20. Whether we agree or not, I think Deshkar did ring the changes in, quite unconventional, but at the end of the day, I think it yielded desired results. But I think a big mention or special mention of Harsha Mithumina for those 2 wonderful catches and the overall Hindu College Colombo bowling. Look at the highlights. Yep, that was a good stroke through the cover. This is post lunch. I think in this game there were the 2 key moments in my opinion. I think after that second wicket partnership, those 3 wickets of the left-hand batter Nirujan and those 2 or 3 wickets, I think Nirujan and then of course Subarnan and the 3rd wicket as well. I think, yeah, and those 3 wickets I thought really put Jaffna Hindu back on the back foot. That's one, and of course second, then once after the lunch, that's a wonderful delivery indeed. That was a Hoik. Really went after it. That was the lucky one. That was the lucky one. I've seen the good one as well. It was in the block hole. Look at that catch, Loshan. That was a wonderful catch by Harsha Mitumina. Beautiful. That's a good one as well. That was an unfortunate one indeed, to be honest. That was unfortunate indeed. Hariharan has all the rights to be very unhappy about it.
அதில் இந்த ஆடுகளத்தின் தன்மையும் அதிலே அடங்கி இருக்கிறது. எனவே யாழ்ப்பாணம் இந்த கல்லூரி பந்து வீச வரும்போது நிச்சயமாக இதுதான் கடைபிடிக்கும். எனவே நாங்கள் இப்பொழுது 102 ஓட்டங்களுக்கு பிறகு இப்பொழுது இந்த கல்லூரி குழுவின் இன்னிங்ஸ் வந்து நாங்கள் மீண்டும் ஆரம்பிக்கிறோம்.
நான் கால் பண்ணி தண்ணி கேட்டேன்.
நாங்கள் தண்ணியாக
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 203 71 67.
At Avenia Pharma Private Limited, we believe that quality healthcare begins with trust. Established in 2007, Avenia Pharma has grown into one of Sri Lanka's most reliable names in pharmaceutical and surgical product distribution. Guided by the visionary leadership of our Managing Director, Mr. C. Sadananthan, the company began with a mission to raise the standards of medical supply across the nation. Over the years, that mission has shaped who we are. Avenia Pharma delivers a strong and diverse portfolio of high-quality pharmaceutical products, surgical implants, and medical devices, trusted by healthcare professionals across the country. Our continued commitment to quality, safety, and innovation has enabled us to build a solid reputation within the healthcare industry. Our team works tirelessly to ensure that every product meets global standards and contributes to better patient outcomes. For nearly 2 decades, our growth has been steady, consistent, and purpose-driven, backed by integrity, expertise, and a deep dedication to serving the medical community. Avenia Pharma, delivering excellence, elevating healthcare.
And 2 for Yadav as well as and 3 for Deshkar as well. So that's 102 for the loss of for all out. And then Jaffna, the Colombo Hindu College now with Midushikan and Yadav to take the first lethal wicket. Yadav after bowling that good spell, and of course Midushikan, I believe, was the keeper, and he after spending almost like more than half a day on the field with the keeping pads on, and on this hot sunny weather, it's not an easy task to come and open the batting, but he's up there for the challenge. Yadav again, after the good bowling performance, he now has a role to play with the bat. Jaffna Hindu will be really looking forward to containing the Hindu College Colombo boys for less than 100, and then at least get a psychological advantage and possibly a small lead as well. But of course, Hindu College Colombo will be having other ideas, other plans. They would like to build a sizable lead today so that they can apply more pressure on the Hindu College Colombo boys, Jaffna Hindu College boys tomorrow. But having said that, the Jaffna Hindu does have a very good and very potent spin attack and a good fast bowling attack as well with Hariharan, a wonderful fast bowler. He can crank up the pace with his kiddie square arm action. We've seen him bowling this again. He's playing on his fourth or fifth year rather. He was playing in the 2023 episode over here as well, and then again in 2024 and 25 in Jaffna. He's been the nemesis of the Hindu College Colombo boys, and of course they have some very good spinners in Nitish, the right arm leggy, and of course Sudarshan Subarnan, a wonderful off spinner, played in the provincial circuit as well. And he's more known for his spin bowling capabilities than batting. But of course, he's improved his batting as well. It seems that Suvarnan is going to open the bowling very similar to the Colombo Hindu boys, opening with the fast with the spinner. Of course, Colombo Hindu started with Santosh and then gave it to Yadav, the off spinner. But this time, I think after seeing the turn, they've decided to Jaffna Hindu has decided to start proceedings with Subarnan. But again, when you have a bowler like Hariharan who can really crank up the pace and bowl at a disconcerting line and length, not too sure whether it's again the right idea. Probably give that brand new cherry to your best possible fast bowler to really rattle the batter. But again, yes, the first ball being done, defended nicely on the offside. That I believe is Midushigan. Pushed nicely into the short third man region for a single. That's good running again. Played with soft hands. Pushed it into the short third man region for a single. Good to see the teachers and of course their families as well, along with the students, along with the old boys. It's a wonderful sight this time. I think having a very good crowd with a lot of energy. Colombo Hindu right on top right now. And Jaffna Hindu really fighting hard, would really want to fight hard and then make a good competition out of it. So it was Yadav who opened the account, and now it's Midushigan, the left-handed Midushigan. He has again showed some good performance in the past big matches, and he'll be hoping for one more over here today. That's swept. That's a paddle sweep down the leg side. That's 4 runs. Yep. Yes, indeed. That's a good start. That's a poor delivery by Subarnan, trying to come around the stumps, angled it in towards the pad. It was way down the leg side, and a wonderful paddle sweep. Yes, indeed. That was nicely played. And that was definitely played. But very nice indeed. Played it so late off the upper half of the bat, right behind the keeper's pads. That's 4 runs. Good start for Midushigan. He's normally a fairly aggressive batter. He would love that start. And of course, Subarnan, slightly off radar, pushing it slightly wider on the onside, too full as well. He just went for that paddle sweep and gets 4 runs. That was a loud shout. That's given out. That came in quite sharply. Midushigan, that's a big wicket indeed. Subarnan into the act very early. That came back very sharply indeed. Would like to see the replay again to see whether it's going down the leg side. Pitched outside the off stump, came back in, quite sharp indeed. Would like to see the impact. The batter not too happy. Yep, that seems... He seemed to have got beaten for the pace. It was a sharp inducker. It just came in with the arm. Good bowling indeed. That is a big wicket. That was a very big wicket indeed. Midushigan, an informed batter, a very experienced batter, back in the hut, and a good start. A very, very good start. And you could see some worried faces in the dugout, or rather in the spectators. The new batter in is Tavakumar Santosh. I think he's playing his first big match, if I remember right. That's Sudarshan Subarnan into the act. Yep, that's Tavakumar Santosh. Sorry, the previous boundary was a bye, was been declared as a bye, but it seemed to be off the bat. But anyway, it is what it is. 5 runs, 5 for 1. Jaffna Hindu getting back into the game, and Colombo Hindu would really look forward to putting on a good partnership. Santosh, the young Santosh, that's nicely played into the offside. Subarnan bowling with a bit of pace. Though he's an off spinner, I think he bowls those fastish off breaks. Has a few tricks up his sleeves. A very, very accomplished bowler, a very experienced one at it. I think that was not too sure whether that was going to hit the leg stump. Probably it's either going to hit the leg stump or going to miss it as well. That's probably would have been in the DRS era. That would have been a review. Yep, that's Hariharan, the vice captain. So the captain and the vice captain opening the bowling. Captain Subarnan started the bowling, and then of course now it's Hariharan. Hariharan is a very good, very accomplished right arm pacey with a very slingy action. That's what Hariharan can do. Hariharan has that capability. Brings that ball back in. He has a deadly yorker. That's bold. The batter should have gone for a defensive stroke. He just went on for an expansive drive. Look at that. Yep. He missed that line completely, and that's bold. Jaffna Hindu right back in the game. There we go. He wants the crowd to be silent. Yep, 2 wickets. Voice of Colombo Hindu. It's still up and running, but maybe a couple of more wickets. I think they will probably go down.
And there was a very crucial 6-wicket partnership that added
30 odd runs, yeah.
And I believe that partnership is going to play very crucial in this low scoring match.
It does. I think Jaffna Hindu again has started with the bang, 2 wickets in the first 2 overs. And Hariharan is a very, very deceptive bowler, very dangerous. And at times I feel that he's slightly underrated as well. He can swing the ball in with his action. He can be very sharp. He has a very good bouncer. He does have a deadly yorker as well. I've again seen him at close quarters for a couple of years. So he's that X-factor bowler whom you can sort of rely on. And him and Subarnan together, and along with Nitish, this bowling attack is going to be a very, very handful bowling attack to handle. So this is going...
Right arm over, and as your first ball, have an in-swinging yorker pitching right at the toes of the batsman and taking off for taking. It's the best side for any fast.
Absolutely, yes, and that's a poor stroke by Santosh as well. He was nowhere in position, and in the very first delivery, he's just facing up for Hariharan, a good established pacey, and he just don't want to go for a very expansive stroke. He was nowhere near that to drive it. He just swung it through his bat at it, and that's his rest is history. 5 for 2, and Hindu College Colombo is in trouble. Yep. Now the new batter in is Harsha Mithumina, the player who took those 2 fantastic catches. And again, he's somebody who has done very well in the past, in the previous big matches as well. He's been he's been there for the last. This must be his 4th big match, Battle of the Hindu. So he's a very experienced campaigner. He must be on his high with those 2 catches. But he's up against a red-hot Hariharan.
Beautiful off drive, and it races to the fence. Beautiful shot. Slightly overpitched, aiming for the yorker. He missed the line by a few inches.
Yeah, Hariharan is that kind of a bowler, right? I mean, he's a wicket-taking bowler, so he's also going to give you those scoring options. This time slightly off radar, slightly wider, and that gave ample room for Harsha Mithumina to get a wonderful boundary. But he's that X-factor bowler. I mean, if I'm the Hindu College captain, I really wouldn't mind him giving a few boundaries away, provided he can get me a couple of more wickets. To be honest, I think just to see the Colombo Hindu boys going after the bowling, at least trying to place shots of Hariharan. I think if I'm Hariharan, I'll be very happy, because that will give me more chances as a wicket-taking bowler. Hariharan has a very potent in-swinger, and I think he can also bowl swing the other way as well, but predominantly an in-swing bowler, and he's very sharp off the wicket. He has a very good bouncer as well. We are yet to see that coming in, though. I mean, that's a good leave, to be honest. You could see that, Hariharan, trying to bang it in a little bit. But again, I think right now, Hariharan is better off, if he can pitch it up, get the ball to swing, he can be more potent. He will be an absolutely potent weapon. He just have to sort of get his radar right, keep it up there and thereabout with his pace and swing. He can be a handful.
The last two deliveries he focused on fifth off stump or maybe a bit wider. He will be more potent when he brings the ball more towards the stump where he makes the batter play like this one there. Harsha just made a forward defense.
Yep, Harsha Mithumina is a very experienced player, so he will be up. He knows how to handle this. He has faced Hariharan before. Now that's 10 for 2 and 1.5 overs. I mean, Jaffna Hindu was at a very similar stage where they were at 4 for 2. Now Colombo Hindu, Colombo Hindu was 5 for 2, and Jaffna Hindu was 4 for 2. So very similar situations. Now it all depends on how the next session pans out. I think the next couple of sessions will really determine the course of this game.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 3 71
The difference is that, the two Hindu college bowlers were fairly defensive, not defensive per se, fairly good defensive bowlers. But I think the Jaffna Hindu two bowlers, which is Suvarnan and and it's nicely played.
The ball is running towards the fence and it clears the fence.
That's a very good stroke indeed. Very, very good stroke by Yadav.
He made sure he closed the face of the bat to keep the ball along the ground. At the pace of Suvarnan made sure the ball traveled all the way to the fence.
I mean, he really fetched it out from outside the off stump or from the off stump line and just paddled it around for a boundary. So as they say, you sweep on length. So possibly he employed that tactic. 4 runs nevertheless. So 14 for 2. Colombo Hindu taking a slightly different approach to Jaffna Hindu. As you quite rightly said, Jaffna Hindu took 90 minutes or more than 90 minutes to get the first boundary. But I think Colombo Hindu has already scored 3 boundaries within the first 3 overs. But at the end of the day, the boundary counts doesn't matter. What really matters is the score you put on the board and the number of wickets as well. So 14 for loss of 2 wickets in 2.3 overs. Suvarnan on the attack.
Another LBW shot and the finger goes out. Trying to sweep the game.
That is a poor stroke, to be honest. That's a poor stroke indeed. Again, trying to fetch it from outside the off stump and paddle it away. That was a risky one. The batter doesn't seem to be happy.
He moved more towards the off stump, exposing his leg stump when the ball hit the pad right in front. A very good decision on the ground.
That's a very good decision indeed. It was a poor stroke, to be honest. Suvarnan keeping it there and thereabouts on the offside, off stump. And he went for a sweep. Not too sure why he wanted to do that. And that's again the downfall. 14 for the loss of 3 wickets. Bit of indiscipline creeping in. Good persistent bowling by the Jaffna Hindu boys. Suvarnan into the act again. His second wicket. And Hariharan has already taken 1. So Jaffna Hindu boys, all boys, are really getting their mojo back. You could see them running in, supporting the teams. The new man in his service. 14 for the loss of 3 wickets. Service is a relatively new player. Quite young indeed.
It's all about handling pressure.
Again, a loud shout. That's a loud shout.
Probably the height.
Possibly drifting down the leg side as well, but that was a loud shout indeed. That's the last wicket replay. Yep, that was on the off stump. And that's crashing into middle and off. Off, middle and off. And that's out as well. I'm not too sure why the batter was disgruntled about it. But that's out. That's a good decision by the umpire.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙන් සමශනාද සොසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දුවෙන් බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න පැලනි ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the බයිලා මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට
Very interesting stance from, I think this Harsha Muthumina. That's nicely played by Harsha Muthumina. That's the way to play. You got to play straight. You got to play the ball on its merits. It's not again a one-day cricket. There's no urgency. There's a lot of time. There are this session plus 4 more sessions to play. There's plenty of time left in the game of cricket. There's no need to go after the bowling. You just have to stick there, put on a partnership, build on it, and then build on a lead. Focus on building on a lead. And Jaffna Hindu will be really happy to bundle them out for less than 100. 14 for the loss of 3 wickets, Colombo Hindu. Hariharan steaming in with a lot of gas. Hariharan is a very deceptive bowler. He's very pacey as well. He's actually quite quick off the wickets. He can be slingy. He can be very awkward, and he can swing the ball as well. It's a very good combination. And him and Subarnan together are really doing it for the Jaffna Hindu boys. Harsha Muthumina, a senior campaigner. He's seen it through. He'll be really looking forward to getting a good score. But Jaffna Hindu really on top right now in terms of this particular innings. That's nicely played on the onside. A good single. It's a very quick single indeed. Good running between the wickets. They started off with the stroke, and that's what enabled for them to get that single. 15 for 3. You just got to keep the strike, keep rotating the strike, get those singles in, 3-4 runs and over, 2-3 runs and over. Not because of the run rate. It's just that you got to keep the momentum going. And all of a sudden you will see that you are about 50 for 3 or 60 for 3. And then that's where the pressure would start building on Jaffna Hindu. Right now Jaffna Hindu is right on top. 15 for 3 Colombo Hindu, and then of course Jaffna Hindu defending a target of 102 in the first innings. They're right on top, to be honest. Yep. that's going down the leg side. So it's more like a casual inquiry rather than an appeal for sure. I think what the Colombo Hindu should be doing, what Jaffna Hindu would be looking at is like, go after, get those wickets, bundle them out for a smaller total and get a small first innings lead, which will give them a psychological advantage. But Colombo Hindu, what we really need to do is stay there, get those runs, graft it around. When the score moves on to 40, 50, 60, right, then Jaffna Hindu will start feeling the pressure because it's nearing the target, nearing the first innings score. They'll have to spread the field in. They don't want to give a bigger lead. Oh, that's a loose, airy, fairy stroke indeed. And yes, it's a wonderful delivery by Hariharan. That's the end of the over. Is that right? Not really. There's one more to go. Yeah, that's slightly airy-fairy. Good delivery again, going away. But more of an airy-fairy drive. I could sense a Yorker coming in. A full-length delivery. Yeah, he's going to go for a full-length delivery for sure. There we go. That's... Yep, that was slightly on the fuller. I think he was either trying to go on full length or attempted Yorker. Of course, just missed the mark and then played nicely through the mid-on and mid-wicket region for a couple of runs. 17 for the loss of 3 wickets. You could see Jaffna in the coaching staff, Alan Raj will be really on his toes, trying to see as to how to defend the score. Guess we'll return after the commercial break.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
That should have been caught, obviously, yes, that should have been caught, and we can see that's why the captain is not very happy with it. The fielder was slightly late to come up. It just went through his hands. Of course, it went fast. It just went through his hands. At this level, if you want to win those matches, you got to take those catches in.
Another drive through the offside.
Yep.
Good diving stop from the Superman's trying to rush through his overs, not giving time for the batters to settle. Sarvesh to face right arm off spinner coming around the wicket. Short, attempt at cut. No damage done.
To be honest, Sarvesh is looking a little bit iffy, if I may use that term. He's not looking very confident. He's trying to do a few things here and there. He just have to put his head down, settle down, defend a few deliveries. Absolutely, yes. And that's again a good delivery. A loud appeal, to be honest. I mean, you could see the gestures. I thought the Jaffna Hindu boys really felt that that's out, but not really. They got to be careful with the appealing. I'd like to see the replay of that. That's nicely defended on the offside. Oh, that's poor running indeed. That's a chance of a run out. Nope, a better throw. There was poor calling indeed. There's yes, no, yes, no. Look at that. There was yes, no, and then just goes on. A better throw, and the bowler was not at his right place as well. He should have been back behind the stumps. I'm not too sure what he was doing at the crease. He should have been behind the stumps to collect that ball and then to break the stumps. Bowler was just ball watching.
Pure HD Plus Sri Lankaවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් Pure TV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
There were two chances in that over, where one was a chance through the slips, and then of course the other one was a run out. Both gone a begging. Colombo Hindu, lucky to survive at. Lucky. (23) for the loss of 3 wickets. It should have been 4. The run out was on as well as the catch at the slips. Yeah, a bit of an in-out field. You have somebody just right below right on the eye line. Oh, it almost popped to him. It really almost popped to him indeed. I think that field is just to unsettle the batter, just to cover his vision. See, only one slip. Again, I'm not too sure whether this is the right idea. If of course, Niranjan is an aggressive bowler, that's fine. But otherwise, you got to get your prime bowler in. Hariharan should have been there. He was bowling fairly well. He really should have been bowling. He's very deceptive. He was bowling all right. He took a wicket as well. So he should have been continued with at least for a couple of more overs. Jaffna Hindu should be really looking for wickets. Let's see what Niranjan can do though. Sarvesh is trying to look aggressive. He's trying to go after the bowling. So far, he's not been able to get good connection. He really has to sort of stay there, get some runs, stick around, give good support to Muthamina. But Jaffna Hindu would really love to see the back of Sarvesh. That's down the leg side, an easy single. Yeah, I mean, two things happening. That one, of course, when you don't throw to the hands, you're also wasting your new ball, and of course, the second one is like there's a chance of overthrows. But again, I'm not too sure whether it's a good idea to sort of take out Hariharan and then bring Niranjan in, because Hariharan, a couple of more overs to Hariharan would have been quite handy. It's nicely played, a drop and run. That's a good. The good running between the wicket between these two, except for that one yes no thing. Right? They've been calling out quite nicely. Again, if you really look at it, they just started the running. They started the run with the stroke, and that really paved the way. You can see Alan Raj quite animated, the head coach of Jaffna Hindu, former Jaffna Central College cricketer. That's nicely played on the onside. Again, a quick single. That's a risky one indeed. Nope. That should have been curtains. If he had collected it in a direct hit, it would have been curtains. But again, here also, if you look at it, there was nobody behind the stumps. Where's that bowler? Why is that bowler not coming up? I think this good old-fashioned approach of coming back into the stumps has gone out of fashion. The bowler should have come back in, and then it would have paved the way for the fielder to sort of throw it to his hands. Now the fielder was under pressure to throw directly to score a direct hit, and that's possibly where I think you find these misfields coming through. This is the second time. Yep, that's the Jaffna Hindu College coaching staff again. Of course, Alan Raj was there, and of course, Ranjit Kumar Newton, again from Jaffna Central. Now he's in the coaching staff of Jaffna Hindu. Ranjit Kumar Newton did play for Sri Lanka under-19 last year. A good left-arm fast bowler and a fairly aggressive left-handed batter as well. But now he's decided to stay back and do some coaching. That seems to be off the inside edge.
Fast towards an excellent stop. Excellent stop by the fielder there. Almost at the boundary line. Awarded runs. Yes.
Oh, that's off the inside edge. Yes, that's off the inside edge. In fact, I think the inside edge possibly saved him. I don't know. It was just heading towards the stumps. And that inside edge possibly took it slightly wider. That's a lucky one. That's an absolutely lucky one indeed. Yeah, it's a French cut. Yeah, French cut of sorts. For those who are tuning in late, Jaffna Hindu batted first, won the toss, elected to bat first at 102 all out. Rocked on the back. Yeah, I mean, I think probably that's again the pressure of throwing at it. So let's see how it goes. That's a good shot. That's a beautiful stroke.
And it crosses the fence for a very long boundary. So that should calm the nerves of Sarvesh. He was trying that shot right now.
That is a very good shot indeed, but it's not a proper drive per se. It's more like I think it actually hit the inside half of the bat. If you see the replay again, but it actually split the field nicely for 4 runs. Yep. Again, it was slightly outside the off stump, and he was trying to play across. Yep, that's nicely defended.
Slowly he's getting confident of facing Subarnan. He's planting his foot forward and making that defense.
It's a loud appeal. It's a very loud appeal indeed. Was it an appeal for LBW or a catch? I suppose if it's LBW, it was going down the leg side. Yeah, then it was actually going down the leg side. Now it's Hariharan back into the attack. Again, that 1 over experiment of Niranjan. And now again Hariharan back into the attack again. That actually confuses me. What's the idea behind it? Why do you want to bring in another bowler and again bring back your prime bowler? Maybe is it to give a rest to the prime bowler? I'm not too sure. If that is the case, then we'll question the fitness of your prime bowler. That's nicely bowled. Slightly shorter, but again hurried a bit. Batter Mithumina on the back foot, and no damage done. At times you feel that you'd like to get into the minds of these captains and then sort of try to understand the thinking process. But nevertheless, that's nicely played indeed through the covers. That was nicely played through the covers for a single. It was on the fuller length. And if you really look at it, the fuller length deliveries are actually troubling the Hindu College Colombo batters. And that's where I think is getting it deadly. But having said that, if Hariharan can bowl a little bit more straighter, that will make it even more interesting. This will be an interesting battle. Let's see how Sarvish is going to face Hariharan. Going to be an awkward line because a right arm slinger to a left hand batter. That's slightly down. That's down the leg side. I'd like to see him bowl a little bit more fuller. Really want to see Hariharan bowl more fuller right now, and then you can actually deploy these short of the length tactics towards the second half of the innings. Not right now. If he can bowl a lot more fuller and get more swing into it, I think he'll be quite dangerous. Yeah, I mean, possibly yes. That's what they'll be trying to do, because they probably seems to be a spin-dominated attack. So obviously, they would be looking at taking the shine off as soon as possible. Again, that particular drive also by Sarvish, no feet movement at all. Yep, look at it. Look at that. There was absolutely no foot movement, just a shimmy, and then he's trying to drive it through. Lucky not to get an edge. Yeah, but at times I think we from the commentary, I feel that sometimes we from the combox could be a little bit more too harsh on these boys, because these boys have hardly had any experience in playing turf cricket. The Jaffna Hindu boys, they don't. I know they have side wickets they have side turf wickets, they have side nets, but not the center wicket. So they play in a very small matting wicket. They do practice in the turf side nets, yes, but you hardly. I mean, it's nothing like playing a game. So probably you get only a handful of games, maybe one or two games in turf. And very similar to Hindu College Colombo as well. Though access to turf is available, it's not a very affordable proposition to play each of your games in turf. It's very difficult, and it's very difficult to get turf experience. And not all the schools at the divisions they play do agree to play in turf. We'll talk about this after the commercial break.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67.
நாங்கள் அப்படி போடலையே.
முதல்ல 5 ஓவர்ஸ் பிறகு ஸ்பின்னர்ஸ் போடுறோம். யாதவ் யுவராஜ் 2.
ஓகே.
பிறகு 1 போடுறோம். நடுவில் 16வது ஓவர் ஒரு ஓவர் ஸ்பின் லெக் ஸ்பின்னர் வச்சு போடுறோம். ஓகே. மிச்சம் எல்லாம் 18வது ஓவர் கூட ஃபுல்லா ஸ்பின்.
ஓகே, so that's interesting thought. Okay. அஞ்சாவது ஓவர் போறாங்க. It's again Subarnan to continue on this 5th over. That's slightly outside the off stump. Lunges forward, pushed into the short extra cover region. No run. I think Harsha Mithumina looking fairly solid. And of course, that service has been a little bit susceptible, I would say. That's nicely played on the leg side. Soft hands into the short fine leg region, or short square leg region rather, single. And now it's going to be Harsha Mithumina. Subramanian has been bowling very well indeed. He's been among the wickets. It's his third wicket. Fired in outside the off stump. Harsha Mithumina just hang his bat to dry. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, he just hang his bat in. He didn't do anything. He was just hanging his bat in, and it's a good catch with nice soft hands. And that's wicket number 4. Harsha Mithumina, the set batter, the senior batter. That's gone. That's the wicket number 3 for Suvarnan and Colombo Hindu. On the mat right now, 34 for the loss of 4 wickets. Let's see who the new man in. The new man in this particular pair has a lot to do. They really have to do a lot of damage control. They have to do a bit of rebuilding as well. 34 for the loss of 4 wickets. Your top 4 batters dismissed for a cheap score like 34. Chasing a first innings target of 102. The 102 seems to look like a mountain to climb now. Subarnan has been bowling fairly well, bowling at a fairly good pace, and I think it's his pace and the bounce he's getting is what's making the difference. But that was again a poor stroke by Harsha Mithumina. Just hang his bat there, didn't do anything, didn't go for a cut, didn't go for a square drive. He just hang his bat there, not too sure. Maybe he was in 2 minds on what to do, and that really caused his downfall. Good bowling by Subarnan again. 3-4. He's got his 3rd wicket. Now it's Abhishek, the new man in, young Abhishek. Another youngster coming into the team. Not much of experience, I suppose. Let's see what he can do at this big stage for the Jaffna, for the Colombo Hindu boys. That's nicely played again on the offside. Pushed into the short mid-off region. No run. 35 for the loss of 4 wickets. We're in the 9th over of the innings. Sudarshan Subarnan, 3 for 19 in his 5th over.
Another beautiful delivery, just passing the outside edge.
That's again a slider. It just went on with the arm, and that's the end of over number 9. At 35 for the loss of 4 wickets. Subarnan, 3 for 19.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙන් සහශනාල් සොසිල් ප්‍රනාම්දු බෙහින්දු ආරියරපු පැලනි ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මතුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට.
It's a total all over for Sampuran. So that I think, yeah, there's an interesting rule in the school cricket, which I think I was not aware of personally. So possibly that's one of the reasons as to why these interesting bowling changes did happen. Out of the first 18 overs, 12 overs has to be bowled by 12 overs of pace is mandatory. So you can only have 6 overs from the spinners. So I think Subarnan has already bowled 5. So I presume in the next, this is the 10th over in progress, in the next 8 overs, probably we'll be seeing 7 overs of pace and 1 over of spin maximum. So that's an interesting rule just to encourage the school teams to sort of get the pacers on as much as possible with the new ball.
And again, Hariharan after 1 over, there's been a bowling change. Niranjan is back into the attack.
Yep.
From the commentary box end.
Yeah, it's again bit of changing which keeps on happening. So I suppose probably they are preserving Hariharan to bowl the next few overs as well, because maybe Subarnan will bowl the 6th over from that side, and then it's going to be between Niranjan and Hariharan, I suppose. That's nicely played, and that, again that's possibly the window which the Jaffna Colombo Hindu will be looking at, because if you really look at it, all the wickets to fall in this game so far has been taken by spinners except for one. Sorry, Hariharan took 1 wicket. Otherwise, the entire 14 wickets have fallen so far for the day. 13 for spinners and only 1 for the fast bowler.
An expansive drive, passing the fielder through the mid-wicket, crossing the fence for a boundary.
Sarvesh looking for runs. Went for that expansive drive through the mid-wicket region. Off the inner half of the bat, but he was able to pierce that field, and that's nicely played again. 4 runs.
And over the course of the day, the outfield has turned very fast. The ball is skidding through the outfield.
There's a lot of value for shots in this ground. You just have to pierce the field, and it's going to go through. I mean, that's again nicely played, beautifully. Lovely stroke indeed. That's. So I think this is the ground which has everything for which is something for everyone. Like you get spinners are getting something. There is the fast bowlers are getting something, and of course batters are getting their own dues as well. And even with a good outfield, so fantastic international venue.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
Subarnan into his 6th over, so that's possibly the 6 overs of spin in the first 18 overs. As per the rule which was just explained to me, within the first 18 overs in school cricket, you can only have maximum of 6 overs of spin. So you got to have 12 overs of pace. Let me put it that way. That's nicely played. Subarnan will be really looking for a wicket over here. If he can end this 6 over in his 6 over spell with another wicket, he'll be the happiest man in this world. Service on 18 and Abhishek yet to open his account. That's skied. Is it going to fall?
And it's running towards the fence, but stop.
Again, service. Again, it's a poor stroke indeed. Miscued. Even the boundaries he got were all miscued stuff. This was again miscued. Again, trying to hoik against the spin, and Subarnan bowls at a good clip as well. It just managed to parry it over the mid-off fielder for a couple of runs. .42 for the loss of 4 wickets. Colombo Hindu in 10.3 overs. That's nicely cut away. That's That was a good shot. That was a very good shot indeed. He got into position. Head was in the right position. Just rolled his wrists over to pierce that gap. That's 4 runs. That's nicely played. That's very nicely played. That's poor fielding, by the way. That's a bit of poor fielding indeed. But it's a good shot. That's 4 runs. Look at that. He just rocked back. Yep. He got it right. He just rolled his wrist over a little bit. Get that gap in. Bit of poor fielding. Supported by a bit of poor fielding. And that's 4 runs. 46 for the loss of 4 wickets. Yep. He just stepped in and then stepped back. Had a good solid foundation. And just threw his bat at it. Beautifully played. That's nicely played as well. Good single. A late start. That is a late. Would like to see the replay again. That was again a late start by the batter. He didn't run with the ball. He didn't run with the stroke. He was just ambling around. Would like to see the replay if possible. We're seeing the Sati Kumaraswamy Stadium, Kumaraswamy stands, one of the former legends of Sri Lanka or Ceylon cricket. And of course, this is the very same ground, the world famous. I'm not too sure. I mean, how many people know about Mahadevan Sathasivam? Mahadevan Sathasivam is possibly, in many people's opinion, we'll come back to discuss about Mahadevan Sathasivam after the commercial break. Talking about Mahadevan Sathasivam, I think a lot of people do believe it. In fact, I think if I remember right, even Sangakkara in his Colin Cowdrey speech in London, he did mention that possibly he was the best batter the Sri Lanka has ever seen or the country has ever seen. And many people, some of the legends do compare him with even the great Sir Donald Bradman. And he has the unique, distinction of captaining 3 countries. He captained Sri Lanka, or Ceylon rather, and he did captain Singapore and Malaysia as well in those ICC tournaments. So that's a bit of history, and we have a Mahadevan Sathasivam stands as well in commemoration of him, in memory of him, and he was a member of the Tamil Union Cricket Club as well. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I think you're right. This is the only venue which has hosted. You're right. This is the only venue in Asia where Sir Don Bradman has played, and also this venue has seen the likes of Gary Sir Garfield Sobers, the West Indian fast bowling legends like Sir Wesley Hall, the 3Ws, right, and some of the Australian legends as well. Because this used to be a whistle-stop place where those days when they play the Ashes, either when Australia goes to England or England goes to Australia. Mostly when Australia goes to England, they go in ships, right? So they come and they take a little break in Sri Lanka, play a couple of matches. They play a couple of games, practice games and whatever and whatnot. So they play with the Ceylon team at that time, and then they go to the countries. Oh, that's. Yeah, I think that's because they're just ambling in. They thought like it's an easy single, but yeah, you're right. They got to crease it, or they got to plant the bat and then crease it, and then they got to be ready for the next run. Nirujan had been fairly economical. 2.4 overs, just 9 runs given away. He's going to do a fair bit of bowling. That's. Yeah, I think Nirujan has to go do a fair bit of bowling, I suppose, along with maybe Hariharan, and probably we'd like to see whether there are any other paces in the team for the next 6 overs. That's end of over number 12. So this is the last ball of the over number 12. That's nicely played on the onside. Beautifully played. It's a good drive, but a good fielding as well. It's a very good fielding indeed. We've seen some sloppy fielding, but that was a good piece of fielding. That's at the end of over number 12, 49 for the loss of 4 wickets. We'll come back after a short commercial break. That's Hariharan. I think Jaffna Hindu would like this because whether they've been forced to do this, but I think I think it will be beneficial for Jaffna Hindu because you're going to get your prime bowler, prime pacey for 3 overs, to be honest. So that's going to be quite interesting as well. Let's see how Hariharan is going to use this opportunity. That's slightly wide outside the off stump. He got to get the batter's play. And let's see what Abhishek can do. Sarvish has been living dangerously. I've been trying to be aggressive, but I also have been living dangerously as well. It's 49 for the loss of 4 wickets. Fairly spread out field, except for the 2 slips. I think the field is fairly spread out. I would like to see a couple of more fielders in the catching position, just to insert the pressure. Maybe get somebody at the short extra cover, or maybe somewhere around short extra cover would be really nice. And you probably want to bring your point fielder, maybe get another gully as well. Get a little bit more attacking. You probably got to show intent. You can't defend this 102. You have to show a little bit more attacking instinct. That's nicely played into the third man region for a single. That was on the full. It's a wide yorker or a wideish yorker attempted, but it just guided through to the third man region for a single.
மிகவும் சிறப்பான ஒரு பந்து வீச்சு யாழ் இந்து கல்லூரி.
Jaffna scored 101 in their first innings. The partnerships, the Delta partnership and the sixth cricket partnership that helped boost their score to 101. And he got at 54. Another short delivery down the left side, another attempted pull shot, and salvages the main contact. No damage done.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 71 67.
They already gave two. And the one got yeah. I think the ball looks very old now. It looks pretty old, but I think again, this is the time. I mean, this is the time you would want to have your spinners in. I think on hindsight, maybe what Colombo Hindu did was quite right. They took the spinners off and kept on changing some of the paces, possibly because of the 18-over rule. And I think now, but Jaffna Hindu, yes, they got 3 wickets in. I mean, they've already taken 4 wickets, but now I think for the next 6-7 overs, they can't. 5-6 overs, sorry, the next 5 overs after this, next 4 overs after this, they can't bowl any spin. And the ball looks pretty old and doesn't seem to be doing much anyway. That's an interesting rule. And this is the period where I think this will be a period of consolidation for the Hindu College Colombo boys, and they should be making use of this period. And again, I suppose possibly they wouldn't mind a few runs. Maybe if you can eke out another 15, 16 or 20 runs in this period of 4-5 overs, I think they'll be happy without losing a wicket. Because again, when the spinners do come in next, they're going to start creating problems. So Varun is there, then Nitish is going to come in. They have a couple of more spinners as well, so that's going to be interesting. Yep. That's the end of over number 50. Oh, sorry, over number 14. That's 450 for 4, and we'll come back after the commercial break. This is the time they should.
மிகவும் சிறப்பான ஒரு பந்து வீச்சு நிருஜன்.
A nice scoreboard with a green backdrop, with a lot of trees around it. Looks a sight to behold.
Drinks break.
This seems to be the drinks break. Drinks up. Tea break. Sorry, and that's tea. At tea, Hindu College Colombo, 50 for the loss of 4 wickets. Yadav and Vidushigan open the batting. Yadav out for 5. Vidushigan LBW for Subarnan for 0. Santosh, Bol Hariharan, a beautiful delivery and a wild stroke indeed. Harsha Mutumina started very well, but again got dismissed for 12 off the bowling of Subarnan, caught by Adityan. Subarnan so far 3 for 26, Hariharan 1 for 10, and Nirujan 4 overs, 1 maiden, not for 10. The batters at the wicket are Sarvish and Abhishek. That's nicely played indeed. That's a good stroke.
Delightful strokes, couple of meaty strokes, and LBWs as well.
That's a drop chance. That was a drop chance indeed. That should have been quite costly had it been taken. It's a good shot. Again, slightly off the inside out the bat, but still 4 runs. That was nicely played. Misfield, but nicely played indeed. That's 4 runs again. As I said before, good value for money. 50 for the loss of 4 wickets at tea time. Colombo Hindu chasing a target of 102 in the first innings. Would like to get a lead, and Jaffna Hindu would like to apply the brakes. 20 minutes.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 3 71 67
At Avenia Pharma Private Limited, we believe that quality healthcare begins with trust. Established in 2007, Avenia Pharma has grown into one of Sri Lanka's most reliable names in pharmaceutical and surgical product distribution. Guided by the visionary leadership of our Managing Director, Mr. C. Sadananthan, the company began with a mission to raise the standards of medical supply across the nation. Over the years, that mission has shaped who we are. Avenia Pharma delivers a strong and diverse portfolio of high-quality pharmaceutical products, surgical implants, and medical devices, trusted by healthcare professionals across the country. Our continued commitment to quality, safety, and innovation has enabled us to build a solid reputation within the healthcare industry. Our team works tirelessly to ensure that every product meets global standards and contributes to better patient outcomes. For nearly 2 decades, our growth has been steady, consistent, and purpose-driven, backed by integrity, expertise, and a deep dedication to serving the medical community. Avenia Pharma, delivering excellence, elevating healthcare.
Introduces Filla Bites, available in blueberry, strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and cheese from RG Brothers.
some noise for.
Hi, this is Landscapes. How can I help you? Hi, I'm planning to visit Sri Lanka soon and wanted to know what kind of packages you offer.
That's great to hear. We have several travel packages available. Let me tell you about a few of our most popular options. So, we have family escapes, friends escapes, couples escapes, and an adventure escapes, along with a few more options as well.
Okay, that sounds great. I think the Friends package would be the best fit for me. I'll go with that.
Perfect choice. Let me take you through the escapes.
So just a little bit about landscape.
Landscapes. Landscape.
Landscapes.
I've been to Sri Lanka maybe 4 or 5 times, but this trip has probably been the best.
100%.
Of all of those trips I've.
In the 1980s, while the first world countries were enjoying new, fanciful devices like the Walkman and the VCR, the locals in Sri Lanka were still thrilled by the simple taking off and soaring of airplanes by their villages. On March 12, 1987, a popular and charismatic man named Vigneswaran established VMS Travel and Tours, soon to be one of the pioneers of the travel and tourism industry in Sri Lanka. VMS quickly began coming to the aid and service of anyone and everyone that needed travel arrangements, whether for business, for migration, or leisure. VMS Travel and Tours proudly continues its legacy with its new overseas location in Toronto, Canada.
"25 years later, we still offer one-on-one personalized service for our customers. Whether you are traveling with your family, a tour group, or you're a student on a budget, we have you covered. Product launches, business conferences, even dream destination weddings. You can count on us.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. I regret to inform you that this flight has been delayed and will be taxiing back to the gate. An airline...
Unlike websites and online agencies, VMS Travel provides its customers with round-the-clock service and is available at any time to accommodate for sudden changes or emergencies. With the upcoming launch of our mobile app, you can access information, send messages, or contact our call center directly from anywhere around the world. We are always adapting to changes. We don't just embrace change, we anticipate them.
There are many considerations and preparations you need to make before your trip. We are here to ease that load and bring the fun back into traveling.
Book your next travel with an agency that has over 25 years worth of experience and industry know-how, so you can travel with the ease and comfort of knowing you are well taken care of.
VMS Travel and Tours.
வீரகேசரி சாதனைகளுடன் நூற்றாண்டை நோக்கிய பயணம். தொன்றும் இன்றும் என்றும் நிலையாய் எம்மை தாங்கி உயர்வாய் மொழியாய் அறிவாய் அன்புடன் வழிநடத்தும் வாசகர்கள், விளம்பரதாரர்கள், பத்திரிகை முகவர்கள், எழுத்தாளர்கள், நலன் விரும்பிகள் சகலருக்கும் பேரன்பு கலந்த நன்றிகள்.
HD Plus ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් ෆිල්ම් සමශනාල් සුසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දු බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න පැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට.
Sri Sanuala. Oh, Melon Nikano. Illa down over. Nothing. That's okay. Ipana Marna or Miller. Okay, right. Okay, right. Thanks. We are back. After the tea break, the session number 3, after the Battle of the Hindus between the Jaffna Hindu College and the Hindu College Colombo, possibly in terms of distance, the longest big match, I would say, in a sense where both schools are about 400 kilometers apart, but they make an effort to travel either way. And make this game an absolute spectacle. This is the 15th episode of the Battle of the Hindus and the 75th year, and it's part of the 75 years anniversary celebration of Hindu College Colombo. And so far they put on a good show. 102 Jaffna Hindu all out. 102 with a 5 for Yuvraj, the left arm spinner, and 3 wickets for the skipper Deshkar, Ramanathan Deshkar, and 2 for Yadav. And Colombo Hindu has been struggling at 35 for 4 now. They're trying to come out of it 50 for the loss of 4 wickets with Sarvish and Abhishek right at the middle. I think 14 overs completed, possibly another 4 more overs to go. So you'd probably see 4 more overs of medium pace or pace coming in. As per the rule, I'm told, as per the Sri Lanka school cricket rule, I'm told that out of the first 18 overs, you can only have 6 overs of spin. The rest of it has to be pace, medium pace. So Hariharan back into the attack after a good tea and maybe some snack as well. I'm sure like he must be rejuvenated, recharged, probably raring to go over the next couple of overs for sure. They would like to dislodge this pair. They would like to get a couple of wickets to get into the tail of Hindu College Colombo. Hariharan bowled fairly all right. Didn't bowl to his potential in my opinion. Has lost a little bit of steam, but he's still there and thereabouts, keeping it nice and tight. 4 overs, 10 for 1 wicket. And of course Sarvish scored a fair bit of runs, 27 if I remember right. But he's been living fairly dangerously with a bit of few switches here and there and also some of the edges as well. But having said that, he survived and he will be there. He'll be happy to take it forward. That's the slip played through the point region for a single. Score moves on to 51. Service on to 17 and Abhishek 2. $51 for the loss of 4 wickets. Hariharan steaming in from the Vanathamulla end. Gathering a bit of steam. Nice lanky run up. Bit slow to start with, but gathers momentum as he approaches the umpire. As he approaches the crease and lets it go. That was harmlessly done outside the off stump. I think Colombo, the Hindu College Colombo boys would be looking for a few runs off these pace bowlers because they know that they know for a fact that when the spinners come on, it'll be a bit difficult to go after. So they would like to eke out a few more runs in the next few overs, so that they can get to about 70 for the loss of 4 wickets, and then they can build upon it. But let's see how it goes. That's again wide outside the leg stump, down the leg stump. It was a half-hearted attempt by the batter, by Abhishek. Was in 2 moods, whether to defend, whether to leave or to switch at it. Probably ended up doing neither, but lucky not to get a touch. So as I said before, this is not the only event which is happening as part of this whole program. That's again outside the off stump, left alone. Pretty watchful indeed. So today at 5 p.m. there is a debate contest in Tamil. We call it the Soladal between Hindu College Colombo and Jaffna Hindu College. That's again an annual event which happens along with the big match. That's at 5 p.m. at the Saraswati Hall at Bambalapitiya. Then, of course, on Sunday there is a soccer match between Jaffna Hindu and Colombo Hindu, and also there is an all boys game between there's a Jaffna Hindu versus Colombo Hindu all boys game which is happening on Sunday right at this venue. Again, fairly wide outside the off stump, is spraying it around. That's wide. That's a wide indeed. That's very, very, very wide. That's rightly called as wide as well. Hariharan wasting his energy. Should be there. Should be getting his radar right. He has the ability to get this breakthrough, but he just have to bowl straight. He got to get the batter to play at it. Right now, the batters are quite happy to leave this ball alone and get some time at the wickets. That's nicely played. No, that's beaten outside the off stump. Slightly wider, but a little bit closer to the stumps. Goes for a bit of a push, but no damage. Oh, yeah. There's a much better delivery indeed. Just pitched around the fourth stump line and moved away a little bit. The batter just going for a gentle push, but lucky not to get a touch. So there's a debate competition in the evening today, and there's a soccer match on Sunday evening as well. And of course, there is a all boys versus present all boys match between the schools. So there are a lot of things are happening. Niranjan to continue from the commentary box end. That's nicely played down the leg side. And is that going to for the boundary? Yes, it is. That's 4 runs indeed. Very nicely played indeed. Sprayed down the leg side. Just a gentle push on the onside. Flicked it around to the square leg region for 4 runs. The service into the act. He's into his 30s. The score moves on to 55 for the loss of 4 wickets. I think this is the period of play where the Colombo Hindu College Colombo boys would like to cash in. There's no spin for the next few overs, and they would like to cash in and get some runs and get some stability in. That's a much better line. Gentle medium pace from Niranjan. He batted well today. Got out to a brilliant catch by Harsha Mithumena. He batted well. He scored about 32 runs. It's fairly good. Sorry, he scored 14 runs and was fairly good as well. He stitched on a good partnership for the 3rd wicket. Again, outside the off stump, angling into the batter, gently pushed into the covers. No run. Service on 31. And Abhishek on 2. Niranjan hasn't been able to double the batters at all, but he's been there and thereabout, keeping it nice and tight, but never looked like taking a wicket. That's nicely bowled. That's a loud appeal, loud shout for LBW. It's an absolute plea indeed, very loud shout indeed, but I guess it was going down the leg side. Would be an interesting replay. I think I missed the replay. Would like to see that again. That was wide outside the off stump. Got firmly, but not past the fielder. Very well fielded indeed. 56 for the loss of 4 wickets at the end of 16 overs. We'll be back after commercial break.
වෙනුවෙන්ම.
Again, Hariharan into the 17th over of the innings, into his 6th over. From the Manatha Mullers. From the Manatha lane. Yep, that's nicely played into the offside. Caressed through the point region. Is that a single? Yes, it is. That's a single. The score, I suppose, it moves on to 57 for the loss of 4 wickets. Very nicely played indeed. It's a good looking stroke. Just pushed it towards the third man region for a single. 57 for 2 of 16.2 overs. Sarvish on 31. Abhishek on 3. In comes Hariharan again. That's down the leg side. And just beats the keeper as well. That's a single. Was there any glove on it or was it a bye? Nope. It seems that there is some bat on it. We are having some small technical challenges over here. But having said that, we'll sort this out. But 58 for also 4 wickets. Colombo Hindu off to a good start post tea, but it'll be interesting to see as to how they get on when the spin attack comes in after the next 9 deliveries. That's pulled. That's short and pulled towards the mid-wicket region. Didn't connect it properly, but still 2 runs. Good aggressive intent by Abhishek. Short but not pacey. The setup there nicely pulled towards the mid-wicket region for a couple of runs. So score moves on to the 60s, I believe. Yep, 60 for the loss of 4 wickets. Hindu College Colombo making a move on. I think that now the ball looks pretty sluggish as well. It's not offering anything to the paces, not getting enough pace, not getting too much of a bounce as well. It seems that batting is a bit too easy over there. That's a good pacey delivery. Just hit the deck hard, but outside the off stump. No damage done. It's an interesting day's cricket so far. Again, as I said before, Jaffna Hindu, for those tuning in late, Jaffna Hindu all out for 102. With Yuvraj, the left arm spinner, being the chief wrecker. And now the Colombo Hindu with 5 wickets, and then now Colombo Hindu 60 for 4. Subarnan snared 3 wickets right at the top, and of course Hariharan took 1 as well, but ever since then, after 4 for 35. Now these two put on about 25 runs, and they are taking the team to the safety. That's again wide outside the off stump. Hariharan not making the batters play. He's just wasting his energy, bowling it wide outside the off stump. Maybe, I don't know whether that's the plan to not to give too many runs from the fast bowlers. But to me, Hariharan is an attacking bowler. He should be bowling at the stumps. He should be bowling at the batters. He should be hurrying the batters. We'll talk about it a lot more when we come back after a commercial break.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71 67.
Niranjan back into the attack from the commentary box end, and of course the wicket being up, and Sarvish right ready to take charge. A good packed offside cordon. Good packed offside cordon, and they're still bowling that outside the off stump line. The intent, I suppose, is to frustrate the batters, not to give them runs. Is that the right strategy or not, right tactic or not? I think we'll have to wait and see. But I presume that's not a bad strategy for the bowler like Niranjan. But that's certainly not something good for a bowler like Hariharan. Hariharan should be attacking the stumps. This is a little too straighter. Driven towards the mid-off region or covers region. No run. Just a quiet inquiry for run out. But nothing happened, no damage done. You see Alan Raj quite intense, really sort of looking at strategies, tactics. Probably will be thinking about what to do next. He'll be there, I'm sure he'll be there passing those messages to the boundary riders, to all those cricketers, all those batters, sorry, all those fielders. That's a wonderful catch indeed. Is that a good catch? Yep, that's a wonderful catch indeed. That was again a poor stroke. The strategy has really worked. Niranjan bowling wide outside the off stump. And it was a loose stroke from Sarvish. Just looped in and a brilliant catch at the short cover region. That's an absolutely... Look at that. Oh, he just dropped it. And second attempt, he took it very well. It's a very, very good catch indeed. Look at that celebration. Where did that come from? Is it Dwayne Bravo's? That was a very poor stroke indeed, but a very, very, very good catch. And I think it's a plan which has worked. I probably presume the plan was to sort of frustrate Sarvish, and that's exactly what happened by bowling wide outside the off stump. And Sarvish threw his wicket away. It was a good catch by Nitish. Nitish bowled Niranjan for 32. That is a big, big breakthrough for the Jaffna Hindu. They'll be really looking forward to pouncing on it. Now the spinners are going to come back. And that's where the game is going to get more and more interesting. The Colombo Hindu OBA, Suresh Nandagopal, giving a lot of advice to the coach Alan Raj from Jaffna Hindu coach. Sorry, the Jaffna Hindu OBA member, or Jaffna Hindu All Boys in Colombo, have been giving a lot of advices to the coach Alan Raj. The wicket for Niranjan for his persistent bowling wide outside the off stump, and I think really Sarvish really threw it away. It was a poor stroke and slightly off the outside edge or top half of the bat. And good juggling catch by Nitish. Look at that. Yes, that was just there, and good field placement as well. It was just there, just popped out of the hand, and again took it on the rebound. And look at that nice little dance. That's straight away from the Caribbean. Let's see who the new batter in. Young Abhishek has been joined by Abhinesh. Yeah, that's interesting. So it's Abhinesh and Abhishek. Let's see what Abhinesh can do. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That was nicely bowled. No feet movement at all. Just went through the batter. Lucky not to get anything. Not to get an inside edge, nor not to hit the stumps as well. Let's look at the replay. Ooh, that was very, very close indeed. No feet movement, just switching the bat at it. That's dangerous signs. I mean, he should do well to get his feet moving. And Niranjan would like to snare another wicket before this 18th over. In this 18th over, that's nicely played on the onside. Goes for a quick single. The non-striker was slightly late to start, but he managed to respond, and then no damage done. So it's single, 61 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh off the mark, and of course Abhishek on 5 in 25 deliveries. So Abhishek, the set batter, should really look forward to taking this team home. 61 for the loss of 5 wickets in 18 overs. There's still plenty of play available, game time available for today as well as tomorrow as well. This game is heading to a very, very close and tight finish indeed. Oh, that's nicely bowled again. Probably a hint of swing outside or cutter. Just beaten and all ends up. That's end of over number 18, 61 for the loss of 5 wickets. We'll go for a short commercial break and we'll be back with a bit of spin bowling, hopefully. Yep, as expected, the prime bowler of Jaffna Hindu, skipper Sudarshan Subarnan, back into the attack. He's already taken 3 wickets, 3 for 26 of 6 overs. And it will be an uphill task for the Colombo Hindu boys from now on, because Jaffna Hindu will certainly unleash Subarnan and also possibly Nitish as well. Wily leg, right arm leggy, and probably a few more spin options. So that was a very timely breakthrough for the Jaffna Hindu boys. Got rid of Sarvish, and again it's poor game management by Sarvish. He knows that, look, it's only they were looking for a wicket. Now that's nicely bowled towards the off stump. Slightly hurried, quite pacey delivery, pushed it through. Abhinesh on the back foot, but slightly full on length, so he got to be very careful when he goes onto the back foot. That's again, bit of pace as a... Look at that, it pitched on and then came on with the arm and shot through a little bit as well. So it's good bowling indeed. Very good bowling by Subarnan. He's not going to give you any freebies. He's not going to let you off the hook as well. He's going to bowl you, come at you. He will come at you at pace. In terms of, as a spinner, he'll come at you as pace, and he's that kind of a bowler, a Mahesh Deekshana type bowler. That's a single, and Abhinesh onto 5, onto 6, 62 for the loss of 5 wickets, 63 for the loss of 5 wickets rather. 62 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh on 2 and Abhishek on 5. Subarnan bowling very well. 3 for 27 of 6.4 overs. Oh, that's a risky single indeed. A direct would have been gone. That's missed the stumps again. I really wish Subarnan had gone back to the stumps, but he didn't. But that was a very, very risky single. There was no single at all over there. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, he would have been gone for all money. Good dive, good desperate dive, but probably would have gone all for all money. That's 63 for 5, living dangerously. Colombo Hindu can feel the pressure. Now you can see a fielder right in front of the eye line. That's going to trouble the batter as well. The silly mid-off. We'll come back for further description at the end of this, after the commercial break.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙන් සමශනාල් සොසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දුවෙන් බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න බැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදා තුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට
Right. Interestingly, Niranjan gets another over. I suppose that's because of his good bowling in the last over. He got that wicket, so I think the skipper would want to give him one more over. Niranjan, that's again wide outside the off stump. He seems to be trying that outside the off stump line strategy, trying to frustrate the batter. But I suppose that worked with Sarvish, because Sarvish was anyway looking to go aggressive. He was, once you keep him tight, he's going to go after. He's going to try something silly, and just that's exactly what he did. And he got caught to a superb. He got caught by a superb catch. Once again, keeping that nice line and length wide outside the off stump. Seems that the strategy is going to be like, get Niranjan to hold one end up as much as possible. Keep bowling wide outside the off stump. Build pressure, build those dot ball pressure, and then unleash Subarnan on the other side, and Subarnan is going to be right at the stumps. That's nicely played on the offside, a very packed offside code, and it's a very good field on the offside. And the good thing is that Niranjan is bowling to his field. There's not much on the left, on the leg side. We probably have 3, 5, 6, 7 on the off, and possibly 2 on the left, two on the leg side, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. But the rest of it are all outside the off stump. That was a little too straight for that field set. But that's a single. Nicely played indeed. Jaffna Hindu piling on the pressure, trying to pile on the pressure. 64 for the loss of 5 wickets. Got into the dangerous looking Sarvish for 32, and now we have Abhinesh on 2 and Abhishek on 7. Again, just to repeat, this is a historic event, a 15th episode of the Battle of the Hindus, which started in 1981 and then revived much later. It was stopped during the war, due to the war and the domestic troubles we've had, and now ever since then. In total we played 15 episodes, and this is the 15th episode which is going on. This is the 75th year anniversary of Hindu College Colombo as well. And for the last, in 2019 is where the decision was made to play at turf at the Pisara Stadium, the Colombo, in the Colombo legs. And as a result, these guys are getting a much needed exposure in bowling, in turf cricket, and playing at international venues. This is an historic venue where Sir Don Bradman has graced this place. We've heard from Arvind De Silva. He scored his last innings was a double century at the P. Saranamuthu Stadium. He scored a 148 against Pakistan. We've seen Gary Sobers, Sir Garfield Sobers playing over here. And now we see the two Hindu College youngsters playing together at the very same venue, which has been graced by lot of legends, many legends, including our own Muthaya Muralidharan. And again, as Loshan said before in the morning, this is the same venue where currently the likes of Vijaykanth Vyaskant and Thisan Vidushan, the two young Tamil boys from Jaffna, playing over here as well, along with the other national caps like Tarindu Ratnayaka and a few others as well. That's nice. Goes for a square drive, but nope. Loud appeal for a caught behind. 64 for the loss of 5 wickets. Subarnan bowling it nice and straight, keeping it there and thereabouts, not offering any freebies at all. He's bowling very well. 3 for 28 of 7.3 overs. Look at that delivery. Oh, it actually deviated on the other side slightly. It just went away. Probably a little bit of a top spinner or leg spinner, whatever it is. It just really went away nicely indeed. That's again goes for another expansive stroke. Slightly flew outside the off stump. Abhishek trying too many things. They just have to put their head down, back for a period of time, get a few singles. They get the pressure out. I think that fielder right under the helmet is really troubling this batter. He's just trying to get rid of that fielder, and that's why he's trying to go for these expansive strokes. Good over so far by Suvarnan, bowling to his field. It's nicely played on the onside. That's for a single. At the end of over number 21, the score moves on to 65 for the loss of 5 wickets, and we'll be back again after a commercial break.
Pure HD Plus, Sri Lankaවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් Pure TV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
அது மாறிக்காது சொல்லவா ஓகே சரி நான் திருப்பி போப்பர் நான் டேய் தனியாக தானே கொஞ்சம் சொல்லிக்கிறேன் யார் போயிட்டு போப்பாக்கியா என்ன எல்லாத்தையும் அந்த மைக்கில் வந்து போயிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க ஓகே நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறது ஒரக்கல்னு சொல்லி ஒரக்கல் ORACL. Oracle is a That's nicely played on the onside. Oh, that's again. Good signal. Nitish into the attack. Good strike rotation by the batters. Trying to unsettle the bowler. 68 for the loss of 5 wickets. Hindu College Colombo. Kanagaraj Nitish, a good leg spinner. He bowled very well in the last episode of this encounter in Jaffna. And he's into the attack now. Lot will be expected from him. Again, a bit of an in-out field. Slightly wide outside the off-stump, cut away nicely through the gap. That's 4 runs. That's an absolutely wonderful shot indeed. It was short and wide, and it was there to be cut, and the batter really pierced the field very nicely indeed. That's 4. 72 for the loss of 5 wickets. That's very good shot indeed. Very, very good stroke indeed. Just waited for the ball to come in. Sorry, waited for the ball to arrive and then cut it. Pierced that cap very nicely. That's 4 runs. 72 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh on 6 and Abhishek on 14. Nitish coming in for a bit of stick. 7 runs so far of this over, but he's a very, very good bowler, crafty operator. He bowls those good leg breaks, and he can be an absolute handful bowler. That's again way too short, but lucky not to be punished. It just hurried a little bit as well, but it was way too short indeed. So Nitish, I think, is struggling to find his rhythm, find his line and length. That's a good delivery. Very good delivery indeed. Very good delivery. Good delivery to finish. Looped it in a little bit, slowed it down, and the batsman left it alone. We'll be back after a short commercial break. Now they are coming in peace are they Colombo into Jaffna in the big match. I saw that. Other good player. Sorry, but I got it. Thanks. That's Subarnan once again. 3 for 29. 72 for the loss of 5 wickets in 22 overs. Subarnan really pushing it faster, flatter. Would want to see him flight a couple of deliveries and see whether he can get more purchase out of the wickets, and probably mix it up a little bit as well. Right now, I think he's just coming in and throwing it in. He is getting a bit of zip and purchase out of these wickets, but I think would like to see if he can flight the ball, what would happen. Good old days. Spinners are asked to flight, slow it down, get those drift and get those turn, whatever. Nowadays, people talk about arm speed, people talk about bowling speeds. I've heard V.S. Khan talking about you got to bowl at 95 kilometers an hour and whatever are spinners, whereas good old days it should be 60, 70. So this is how the games have changed. I think the white ball has changed the mindsets, mentalities. But let's hope that the good old-fashioned leg spin bowling or off-spin bowling continues as well, because that's what gives you those wickets. And that's nicely played through the square leg region. That's going to be 2 runs. That's a good shot. Played with the spin. Got it into the gap, and 2 runs indeed. That's 74 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhishek and Abhinesh. I think these two are batting sensibly so far. Subarnan on 3 for 31. Subarnan needs a bit more support from the other side. Oh, he went for a cute little stroke. Again, a commentator's curse. I just said they're batting sensibly, but that was something which is quite uncalled for. Oh yeah, that's not required at all. You really don't need to do that. You really don't need to do that as a batter. And the bowlers would love it. He just wanted to paddle it around. This is again the influence of white ball cricket. Probably you could have easily knocked it on for a single somewhere towards the square leg umpire region, rather than trying something cute which is of no use, to be honest. Because there's already a short fine leg fielder, And that shot is not going to yield any results. It's a high risk, low return kind of strategy. 74 for 5 at the end of over number 23. Again outside the off stump, a good packed close in cordon and the offside. Nitish, sorry, now it's Sudarshan Abhivarnan. So Nitish has been taken out, taken back, taken off, and now Abhivarnan coming into the game. I believe he's the younger brother of Subarnan. That's nicely played back to the bowler, but well fielded indeed. No damage done. Very attacking field on the offside. The close in cordon, a slip, a silly point and silly mid-off. And a cover, extra cover and a mid-off. And a point as well. That's again goes for that cut. Goes for that cut outside the off stump. Too close to cut. And too risky as well. There are plenty of gaps on the onside with the ball coming in, angling in. The batter should do well to get it into the gaps on the onside. Because the bowler, though the field is on the offside, he's actually bowling a little bit too straighter. Whereas, if the batter can just come back and then murder it into the onside, he can easily get one of those close-in fielders out. Again, onto the offside. Driven through the offside, but it's no damage done. Very good fielding in the covers. 74 for the loss of 5 wickets. Decent over so far by Abhivarnan. That shot wide into the extra cover region. Again, no run. So very packed outside the off-stump field. And a good over by Abhivarnan.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 3 71 67
starting first job of the Alanka Sri Lankan Airlines. Another for 95 2003 and the first job accounts Lanka. Subarnan ringing those bowling changes in, bringing Janakaran Laksigan in. Let's see what Laksigan can offer. Left arm spin. It's an interesting choice. Again, good field setting, good field placement. I thought Colombo Hindu did miss a trick. They always had only either a silly point or a silly mid-on or a forward short leg. But you could see that, there are close-in fielders on both sides. A slip, a silly point, and a forward short leg. But it looks like the forward short leg is slightly too straighter. Probably, if you want to get that bat pad, I think it should be coming a little bit round as well. Good attritional cricket so far. Jaffna Hindu being patient, waiting for the batters to make a mistake. And the batters are playing the line, the lengths pretty well so far. The patience are being tested. That's again, it goes for that hoik. That's 4. Is that right? That's a boundary indeed. That's a good shot. Planted his foot outside the off stump and played a good looking slog sweep into the mid-wicket region for 4. 78 for the loss of 5 wickets. There are plenty of gaps on the onside, and he just exploited that gap, played it very nicely indeed. And that's for the fairly safe shot as well. Abhishek on to 17 and Abhinesh on 6. That's nicely played. Looking for a quick single, but the keeper's across in a flash. Now that, if you look at that, that particular slog sweep or a stroke did take one of these close-in fielders away, and that's how you sort of get rid of those fielders. You play some smart cricket, and you get rid of those fielders. That doesn't mean that you got to go for ugly slogs, but you got to take those calculated risks. You got to play those shots, get those runs to get this field out.
ඔබේ ආදරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පෙන් සහශනාන් සොසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දු බෙහින්දු ආරියරතු පැලනි ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට
Young Abhinesh and Abhishek, I believe both of them are playing for the first time in this big match. It's nicely played. Sudarshan Subarnan into the attack, changing ends. Abhivarnan taken out of the attack, and Subarnan comes into the attack. 78 for the loss of 5 wickets. That's nicely played onto the onside. Was that a single? No. I think Subarnan is still trying to bowl a bit too fast. I would like to see him bowl a little bit slightly slow at times, and then get the ball to get a bit of rip into that. That's too short. Offering pace to the batter as well. Batter rocks back, cuts it, but straight to the point fielder. No run. The Hindu College Colombo bowlers did get a fair amount of turn, but I don't think Subarnan is getting that much of turn. That's because he's just pushing it through, and he's bowling those little flippers and cutters and so on and so forth. It'll be ideal if we can see a closer look at his action, but maybe later we can find that out. That's nicely bowled. You're slightly slower, but just a little bit too wider. If we can just bring that line a little too closer to the stumps, then that'll be interesting. 78 for the loss of 5 wickets. That's nicely bowled again. Wide of the crease. Angled it in. Defended stoutly. 78 for 5 of 26 overs. Sudarshan Subarnan 3 for 31 of 10.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
That's nicely played on the onside. Abhishek gets a single. The score moves on to 79 for 5 wickets. Also another announcement to make, and possibly that's possibly another first. We are playing a one-day match. This is the first one-day match, a battle of the Hindus on Monday, 16th, at the same venue. And every other big match, you'll see that they play a 2-day or 3-day game and another one-day game. And we haven't been playing, but this time we've decided to make that start, and hence we have a one-day match as well within the same teams. So please come over on Monday as well. I know Monday is a working day, but please do come over on Monday and support the boys. And this is the historic first one-day game between the two schools, and that will be start of the series. And this is a good opportunity for you to be part of a start of the series. You can always proudly go back and say, like, look, I was present in the first ever one-day game played between the two schools. That's slashed away outside the off stump. That's 4 runs. That's 4 precious runs for the Hindu College Colombo boys. 83 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh throwing his battery through the kitchen sink. Possibly off the top edge. Let's look at it. Yep, it was off the top edge, just on over the slip fielder's head, and that's 4 runs indeed. 83 for the loss of 5 wickets. They say when you slash hard, so that the edges will go for boundaries. So that is a hard slash, and hence 4 runs. Now you see another close infielder getting off, and you can see a third man coming in. More of a short third man. That's nicely placed into the covers for a single. This is good smart batting indeed. 84 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhishek and Abhinesh making a move on, putting up a little partnership. It's very important. Also, it's very important to remember that 102 is not the target. The target is to get a good lead so that they can put pressure on the Jaffna Hindu boys. Jaffna Hindu will really be fighting hard to get those 5 wickets within the next 18 runs, or at least within the next 25-30 runs, to keep the lead as minimal as possible. Sudarshan Abhivarnan. It's nicely played into the offside for no run. End of a good over. At the end of over number 27, it's 84 for the loss of 5 wickets. To give you a bit of stats, this is the 15th episode of the Battle of the Hindus, and so far I think Jaffna Hindu College has won 5 times. Jaffna Hindu College has won 4 times rather, and Colombo Hindu has had 3 wins so far. So rest of the episodes, rest of the games getting end up in a draw. So Jaffna Hindu leads this encounter 4-3, and that's courtesy of those last 3 consecutive wins. They've been doing very well over the last few years in cricket as well as in academics and all other sports as well. And Jaffna Hindu, it's very nice to see the development of the school cricket. Jaffna Hindu was an absolute force to be reckoned with in the late 80s and 90s, where they had some brilliant teams. Some of those high-quality teams. That's a big hoik onto the onside. That's going to be 4 as well. No, it's going to be cut off at the mid-wicket region. That's 2 runs. Jaffna Hindu had some of the wonderful years in the 1980s and 90s. I think some of the names are like Gauri Shankar, Abhi, Broody, Sultan Prabhakar. I presume Sultan Tuna. You'll be listening to his commentaries as well. Then of course Narendran was there, Varadan, some wonderful names. I'm really sorry if I had missed out some of the names. These are some of those icons whom we have sort of grown up together with, and looking up as well. So they've had some wonderful players, and after that they probably had a bit of a slump, and now it's very good to see they're coming up. They're doing very well in all age groups. Under 13, 15, 17 and 19. Some of them are playing in the provincial leagues, and I think in under 13 or 15 they are the only team to play in Division 2. Only Tamil-speaking school to play in Division 2. So that's, Division 2 or Division 1. That's something which I need to recheck. But yeah, they've been growing right throughout, and that's a good sign indeed. And again, Hindu College Colombo started cricket somewhere around 1978-79, and did play for a while, and then again after the 83 riots and possibly and beyond that, they stopped playing cricket, and then again cricket was restarted somewhere around mid to late 90s, and then ever since then I've been picking up ever so gradually. There was not much of cricketing culture. It was more of a soccer and hockey playing school. That's again lofted nicely over the head of long on. Is that right? That's a chance. No. Yep, that's dropped. There's a good attempt. That was a very good attempt indeed, running back. He did dive. He did put in his dive, but I think it just popped out of it. Would like to see the replay again. Didn't middle it properly. It was from the bottom of the bat. Just went high up in the air. Oh, it just missed, just evading that fielder. It's a harsh thing to say that, it's a drop chance. It's not really. It was a very good attempt, but a valiant attempt indeed. But that was not a chance. Laksigan, it is the bowler, and 90 for the loss of 5 wickets. So Jaffna Hindu had his glory days in the 80s and 90s, and now they're coming back to the same. That's a full toss. That was a slight misfield as well on the mid-wicket region. That's a single. 91 for 5, slowly and steadily getting towards the target, towards the first innings score of Jaffna Hindu. 11 runs setting apart. 91 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhinesh and Abhishek batting very sensibly. They are attacking the loose balls, but they are also defending it very nicely as well. So good sensible batting by these two youngsters, and it would be interesting to see as to how they go from this point onwards. Jaffna Hindu Hindu College Colombo should be looking at least about 150, 160 run target, 60 runs in the first innings, in order to put pressure, and the pressure can do a lot of things. That's nicely played again past the bowler. That's a single. I think the fielder seems to be in a bit of strife. Has he done his hammy? It seems to be a cramp. Or possibly hamstring. Yep, that seems to be a cramp. A bit of back spasm maybe. Oh, he landed pretty awkwardly. On his knees and the back. And I really hope there's nothing serious about it. So physios are up, the support staff is there. Seems to be a bit of cramp. Hopefully. That's the last thing which Jaffna Hindu wants to do. Jaffna Hindu doesn't want to see any of your primary players into the hut. They really would want everyone to be there on the field, support their team, to rally around, and then make sure and bring this game back. 92 for the loss of 5 wickets. Abhishek and Abhinesh are doing fairly well. They're trying their level best to come back into this game. Unfortunately, it was only Subarnan who bowled very well, took 3 wickets, and Hariharan was up and down, and the rest of the bowlers were not able to support. Of course, Nirujan was quite steady. He did price out that wicket as well, but other than that, none of the other bowlers did look threatening at all. A fair bit of assistance being given to the fielder concerned. Like to see as to who the fielder is. Probably we'll go for a commercial break if required, and then we'll come back. That's a scorecard. So far, Yadav, LBW bowls Subarnan for 5. Midushigan, LBW bowls Subarnan for naught. Santosh bowled Hariharan for 1. And at that time, they were at a lot of strife. And then, of course, there was a bit of partnership going on, which went on with Harsha Muthumina and Sarvish. Muthumina caught Adityan, bowled Sudarshan Subarnan for 12 to break that partnership. And again, then later on, Sarvish and Abhishek put on a little partnership. And then Sarvish was dismissed as well. And now the 2 not-out batsmen are Abhinesh and Abhishek, with Sudarshan Subarnan, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 35 skipper, leading from the front. Hariharan, 6 overs, 1 for 16, could have been better. Nirujan was quite nice and tight, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Nitish, just 1 for 7 runs. Abhivarnan, 2 overs for 6, and Laksigan, 1.3 overs for 8. So at the end of over number 28, in over number 28.3, at the 29th over, it's 92 for the loss of 5 wickets. That little break did give that wicket as well. That's a good delivery indeed. Laksigan getting rid of Abhishek. That's a good catch in the slips. Oh, that's a good catch indeed. Diving to his left. The batter was too late for that stroke. He just waited for the ball to come in, and then at the last minute just decided to put a jab as well. That's a big breakthrough. 92 for the loss of 5 wickets, for the loss of the 6th wicket. Again, a partnership which they were trying to develop, goes off. 22, Abhishek, a very well made 22 indeed. He was doing very well along with Abhinesh. But now Jaffna Hindu back again. That little break, possibly, it's a bit of a lapse in concentration, I would say. He just waited for the ball to come in, and this can just at the last minute jab the bat at it. And that's a good catch indeed. By the slip fielder. I'd like to see as to who the catcher was, and would like to see another replay if possible. Abhinesh is joined by Akhilesh. Is it right? Let me check. Yep. Abhinesh is joined by Akhilesh. Again, a young rookie, a new player. I think he's again playing his first big match. So Abhinesh, the senior batter right now, is giving a lot of advices to him, Akhilesh. Let's see how it goes. Laksigan with that big breakthrough. It's a good delivery indeed, but the batter just jabbed it. Look at that. That's nicely bowled. It's very nicely bowled indeed. Lakshigan with his tails up. 1 for 8 in 1.5 overs. That's a good delivery indeed. Just turned a little bit. The batter was too late, I would say. Just waited on it and just tapped at it. That's nicely played. Pushed into the offside cordon for no run. Look at that. Look at that. He just waited at it and just hang the bat out there with no conviction at all. He just waited at it and just hang his bat there. He could have pushed at it a little bit, maybe played with the full face of the bat. I don't think he read that turn as well. There's a bit of poor batsmanship and a good catch, good tumbling catch in the slips. Now we're seeing, yep, that's Subarnan. Would like to get one more wicket. He would always say, look, try to get one more. And that will get them to keep Hindu College Colombo within 102. That's outside the off stump, a bit of a swish. Wide outside the off stump, pitched and turned away, and bit of a swish. I don't think he was in a position to play that stroke. He was just backing away and just put his bat at it. No run. Swarnan again a packed offside cordon. That's again a poor stroke indeed. A shot in anger. That's an absolutely poor stroke indeed. Your team is down at 6 wickets, 92 for 6. Like to get a lead. You got to bat more sensibly. Look at that. It was a wild swing. It was an absolutely wild swing indeed. Living dangerously, Abhinesh. That's the way to play. That's nicely played indeed. No run. Again, as I said before, there's a lot of time in this game. There's plenty of time. This match is going to get a result for sure. You just have to put your head down and build a partnership. A partnership of around 20-25 runs will be very handy in the current situation. 102 is the target of the first inning score of Jaffna Hindu. And if Colombo Hindu can get a lead of around 40 to 50, that will be quite handy. But Jaffna Hindu will be absolutely trying their best to... Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's nicely bowled again on the back foot. Just hurried through, kept a little low, I would say. Subarnan now going for that hunt. He was going for that kill. It's very risky to go on the back foot to Subarnan. It's nicely played again. Very nicely played. You got to come forward, meet the ball with the full face of the bat. And negate any turn whichever was there so that you can survive. That's again. Quite iffy, I would say. Quite iffy. Abhinesh looking a little uncomfortable after that wicket. He was quite sedate, quite sensible, but now is getting a bit agitated, I would say. 92 for 6. Just have to settle down for a few overs. Let the nerves settle in. Let your new batter settle down. And you can build on it. You're still only 6 wickets. There are 4 wickets in hand. You can build a good lead, a reasonable lead. But Jaffna Hindu really on for the kill. Look at the way they're attacking. I think that's a trick which Colombo Hindu sort of missed, where even when they took wickets, they were always having an in-out field. But look at the closing cordon. I would like to see one more fielder on the silly mid-on or a forward short leg. But that's not there right now. Now it's Lakshigan, the wicket taker. That's nicely played onto the onside. Yep, that's released the nerves from Akhilesh. Gets a single. Get a single. Go to the other side. Get your senior partner on strike. Let him face bulk of the deliveries. Get a few runs, and then move forward. That's the way to go. That is a very good late cut indeed. Absolutely beautifully played. Wide outside the off stump. He just waited for it, and then played at the last moment just to get past that field, and that's 4 runs. Very nicely played indeed by Abhinesh. That's 4 runs here. Look at the speed at which the ball is traveling. That's nicely played indeed, and that's 4 runs. 199 for the loss of 3 wickets. Abhinesh on to 21, and Hindu College Colombo closing on that lead. That's 100 for the Hindu College Colombo boys. The misfield as well. Jaffna Hindu fielding has been slightly iffy. I thought Colombo Hindu fielded better. Jaffna Hindu has had a few misfields. Of course, they took a brilliant catch. But that's 101 for the loss of 6 wickets. Just 1 run of drift in getting a lead. Look at that nice looking scoreboard. Batsman number 7. And batsman number 8. Abhinesh on 23, playing a good hand. He, along with Abhishek, did bring a sense of calmness into this game. And now, of course, Abhinesh, along with Akhilesh, is trying to do the job. Batting very sensibly. 101 for the loss of 6 wickets in 31 overs. They scored the runs at a fair clip in comparison to Jaffna Hindu. I think Jaffna Hindu probably didn't go anything beyond 2 runs and over, but Hindu College Colombo has gone at about more than 3 and over, which doesn't really matter. But having said that, they've been able to keep the scoreboard ticking. That's a good-looking stroke indeed. Lovely stroke indeed. Came down the track to Subarnan. Akhilesh taking the bull by its horn, came down the track, went after that bowling. Like to see the replay again. 105 for the loss of 6 wickets. That's the lead for the Hindu College Colombo. Jaffna Hindu under a bit of pressure. Now I think every single run they score will actually add to the pressure. Will re-add to the pressure. That's again slightly down the track. That's again 4 more. That's 4 more. He bowled it nicely and nice and slow. It just came down the track. I'd like to see what happened. Was it off the bat? Yep. It's again a French cut. A boundary. He was beaten in the air, but a boundary. That's 109 for the loss of 6 wickets. Akhilesh trying to take the attack or take it on. Now it'll add to the pressure. That's nicely bowled again. Fuller, sharper, faster, quicker. That's 4 byes. It was given as byes. Interesting. I thought there was an inside edge. 3 for 39. Now you could see the voices of Hindu College Colombo raising up. You could see the teachers, the parents cheering. And this is a lovely sight to behold. That's a good hit. That's a good hit. Up in the air. Oh, that's a brilliant catch. That's absolutely brilliant indeed. Very good catch. That is really nice indeed. Judged it to perfection. Put in the dive. Fantastic fielding. That was absolutely fantastic indeed. He came down the track. Wasn't able to connect it properly. Just miscued. Went up in the air. It was swirling. And the fielder from covers came in. And look at that catch. Look at that catch. Oh, that's wonderful. That's one of the better catches of the day. That is a wonderful catch. Brilliantly caught. 109 for the loss of 7 wickets. Jaffna Hindu would love to restrict his lead to as small as possible. 109 for the loss of 7 wickets. That's a wonderful catch indeed. Let me see as to who the catcher was. Akhilesh came in and possibly did the job, showed some intent, got the lead in. I think he was just trying to go after the bowling. He was trying to get a build on a lead with the pressure. But I think, yes, you're right. Absolutely. Possibly a rush of blood. And miscue, but that's a wonderful catch indeed. I'd like to see as to who the fielder was. Subarnan has taken 4 wickets. And he must be looking for another fifer. He's had the habit of getting fifers in big matches. And he'd be really looking forward to one more. Yep, that catch was taken by the young leg spinner Nitish. Wonderful, wonderful catch indeed. He just came running in. Of course, he also saw the mid-off fielder right in front of his eyes. But he managed to get over it, got hold of the delivery, got hold of the ball and then dived to his left, right to get a wonderful, wonderful catch. Good acrobatic one indeed. And new batter in is Kodiswaran Yashurjan. Again, another young player. He didn't get to bowl, but he's coming into bat now at number 9. Yashurjan, Abhination 23. He is holding the innings together, and of course Yashurjan, Deshkar and the other batter have a job to do as well. But again, good comeback by the Jaffna Hindu. Ever since, whenever you see a partnership growing in, there is a break. There is a partnership breaker which comes in, and Jaffna Hindu never let Colombo Hindu to sort of get out of the way, get away from them. They've been, as I said before in the morning, it's always you got to stay in the game. And right now, even though they've conceded a lead, they are in the game. Both the teams are in the game. You got to stay in the game and anything can happen. Now it's, again, change of attack. That's 4, is it right? They've driven past the bowler for a single. Nerujan into the attack. 1 for 17. He's been bowling fairly nice and tight. He's into the attack now. 1 for 17 of 7.1 overs. That's a good fielding effort by Abhivarnan. 110 for 7. Yashurjan to face Nerujan. Nicely played, slightly fuller on the stumps. Very nicely played indeed. Into the offside cordon for no run. We probably got another hours, maybe about 45 minutes of play left, which is still a lot of time. If Hindu College Colombo would be looking forward to batting the entire 45 minutes to get some runs. If they can get another 30-35 runs. That's again a loud appeal for a caught behind. That's a loud appeal for a caught behind. Is that given out? Yes, it seems to be. Yashurjan. That's the delayed decision by the umpire. Look at that. Oh yeah, there was a deviation. Nice little and good catch as well. 110 for the loss of 8 wickets. The lead isn't much. It's only an 8-run lead, and Hindu College Colombo will be looking for another 20-30 runs at least to build on some pressure. Jaffna Hindu right back in the game. They would like to wrap this up soon and see how things goes. Good smart captaincy by Subarnan, bringing the change. The change brings a wicket as well. Nirujan into the act, gets his second wicket, and a good catch by the keeper. It's not very easy to stand up to the medium pacey and take those catches, but it was nicely taken indeed. The skipper Ramanathan Deshkar, he has a responsibility on his head, on his shoulders. He's got to stay there. He's got to wither this attack and give some good support to Abhinesh, the senior partner. Though Deshkar is the captain in batting terms, I think Abhinesh is the senior partner. He spent a lot of time there, 44 deliveries for 24 runs, batted very well. So Deshkar will be looking forward to building up a partnership again. Another 15-20 run partnership would be absolutely handy. Again, Jaffna Hindu really would like to get rid of these last 2 wickets as soon as possible without much of a damage. That's 110 for the loss of 8 wickets. We are in the third session of day 1 with another 35 to 40 minutes of plays left. As I said before, we have a one-day match between the two schools on Monday. This is the Battle of the Hindus, the first ever one-day game to be played in the Battle of the Hindu series, and that's going to be played. Oh yeah, that was the straight delivery. I think he played on the wrong line and just pushed the bat and hit a little bit, and he just grazed that edge, outside edge. Look at the color of that pad. I think the pad is badly worn down. I think it's one of those tired-looking pads. I presume that's one of maybe his favorite pad, and that's why he's wearing it. It's a very, very tired-looking pad. Possibly, like, it's gone through the mill for over the last few years.
POHD Plus. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
Subarnan on the hunt for his 5 for 4 for 39 so far. Bowled pretty well. Have from the front of the attack. Oh, that's going back. Hit back back behind the bowlers. That's no run. It was a pretty aggressive hit indeed. Abhinesh again trying to go after. A bit of advice being given by the captain, possibly asking him to calm down. You got to play time. You got to get more runs, as many runs as possible, but play time as well. There's a lot of time left in this game so far. That's a nice hit indeed. Is that? Yep, that's a lovely catch. That was a brilliant catch. I thought actually that ball has gone beyond the fielder, but that was brilliantly caught indeed. Again, an ill-advised stroke. I'm not too sure what the advice was given by the captain, but that was an ill-advised stroke indeed. It just went in. I thought it has gone beyond the fielder's hand, but it was a wonderful catch indeed. Look at that. Look at that running in. Oh my God, that's a beauty. That's an absolute blinder. That's fielder number 23. You beauty. Is that Nitish again? Not too sure. That was a wonderful catch indeed. What a catch that was. 110 for the loss of 9 wickets. Like to see another replay if possible. Sudarshan Subarnan gets his 5 for 39 of 13.2 overs. The new man in is Yuvraj, the left-arm spinner. He himself took a 5-for. Let's see what he can do with the bat. But that was an ill-advised stroke again. Poor batting. What a catch that was. That was an absolute blinder indeed. Brilliant catch indeed. Like to see that again. Oh yeah, came down the track. Tried to go after that. Oh, he was airborne. He was airborne in collecting that catch. That was a stunning catch indeed. Absolute stunner. Absolute stunner. That was quite an unwanted shot, but again, I should give it to the fielder. That catch was stunning indeed, absolutely stunning. Probably the best of the day. That's nicely bowled. 110 for the loss of 9 wickets. That was again brilliant. What a catch. Look at that leap. He just leapt. He was running behind. He's leapt and just... He was literally airborne when he took that catch. Brilliantly coordinated. What a brilliant catch indeed. I mean, today we've seen some wonderful catches. I think probably we've seen about 3 from Hindu College Colombo and a couple of catches from Jaffna Hindu as well. They've been absolutely stunning. The fielding, the catching standards have been pretty good. Hardly any catches were dropped. Probably, I think there was about 1 or 2 drops, but half chances, I would say. Other than that, the catching has been pretty good indeed. That catcher was Preethigan. That was a brilliant catch indeed. That was wonderful. Probably the best catch of the day. The catch of the day. Beautiful catch by Preethigan. Ran. Deshkar and Yuvraj would like to get as much as possible, get a few runs, maybe 10, 15 runs, 15, 20 runs lead would still be handy. But Jaffna Hindu right back in this game. Literally nothing, just an 8 runs lead so far. Nothing separating both the teams. Good second inning performance is what is going to decide this game. It's a loud shout, loud appeal. Niranjan keeping it nice and tight, not giving anything away, keeping it nice and tight outside the off-stump channel. And good keeping by the keeper. He's kept well so far. Hasn't had much of trouble in in standing up to the stumps. That's down the leg side and has worked nicely towards the square leg region for a single. And we are at the score of Nelson. 111, 101. 111, 111 for the loss of 9 wickets. I mean, at this point in time, we always miss umpire David Shepherd. He'll always stay on one leg. And that's called the Nelson. Typically, Nelson is a bad omen to the batters. Generally brings a wicket. So let's see whether it's going to be the same over here as well for the Hindu College Colombo boys. Jaffna Hindu will be really hoping for that. Alone for the loss of 9 wickets. Deshkar on 1, skipper Deshkar, he has a responsibility with the bat. And of course Yuvraj, the left armer, who took a 5-fer. He probably would like to score another 10-15 runs to give them a better chance in the second innings. That's the end of the over. At the end of over number 35, we're still at Nelson, 1-1-1 for the loss of 9 wickets. Hindu College Colombo lead by 9 runs. That's off the outside edge. That's going to be 4. That's running to the boundary. Yes, indeed. That's 4 runs, 4 streaky runs, and that's again the Hindu College Colombo boys would really welcome that. They don't mind as to how it comes. A dejected Subarnan can't do much. He can't really do much on that one. He's actually asking the fielder to move a little bit squarer. Yep, that's outside. That's an outside edge. But this is what we call it as an educated edge. That's 4 runs. Quite streaky, but runs nevertheless. 115 for the loss of 9 wickets. Deshkar on. $113 for the loss of 9 wickets in 35.4 overs. A lot of support for Hindu College Colombo, and I'm sure that there's enough support for Jaffna Hindu College as well. That came back in a little bit. Deshkar went on the back foot, was hurried, was able to manage. He was to negotiate properly. Sudarshan Subarnan bowling very well. 5 for 49 or 14.5 overs. Okay, nicely played. Very watchful indeed, Deshkar. Showing his experience as a batter, as a the very first test match was played in 1982 was England at the same venue, right? It was 1982 March, if I remember right. And England won that match by 7 wickets, if I remember right. Chris Tavares scored a good 70 in the second innings and took England to safety. And they won that match. I think the likes of Arjuna Ranatunga and all made their debut on this game, of course, and Arjuna became legendary captain and of course helped us win the World Cup in 1996. And he played as a schoolboy. When he played for Sri Lanka in 1982, he played as a schoolboy. He was a schoolboy, I think, in Anandapur. Dead bat being offered by Yuvraj. Faced 12 deliveries so far. Been quite straight. Non-challenging defending those deliveries from Nirujan. I would like to see Hariharan coming back in. He's the prime pacey. Goes with a bit of pace. Maybe with the spinner in and with the tail enders in, it'll not be bad. That's played beautifully through the mid-wicket region for 4 runs. That's a good shot indeed. Pitched outside the off stump. He fetched it from outside the off and then pierced that gap pretty nicely. Yuvraj showing that he's no mug with the bat. He was slightly cross-batted, but he connected well and got that gap. That's 4 runs. And this is exactly why I would like to see Hariharan coming in and honing on his yorkers and bouncers. These are the tail enders, and this is where you got to get your prime fast bowler in. And on the other side, Subarnan is there. So it should be Subarnan and Hariharan should be bowling over there. Jaffna Hindu College cannot take this easy because every single run they give, that's something they have to sort of overhaul when they come back to bat. So the lead has grown up to 15. 15 is not a big lead, but they wouldn't want to have a bigger lead because it's a low-scoring game, and in a low-scoring game, a lead of 15-20 runs can become very, very handy. And that's it. That's the end of the innings. Like to see that catch again. Subarnan takes his 6th wicket. And that's the end of Deshkar. 119 all out. That's a lead of 17 runs. Got hit there. Oh, that's a good catch again. That's another good catch. That's another good catch. This is number 13, landed on his knees. That I think is Hariharan, if I remember right. I could be wrong. Let me double check that. That's 20 wickets gone on day number 1. And possibly a few more. I mean, Hindu College Colombo will be looking forward for a few more. And I hope the fielder is okay as well. That's again a good catch. Very good catch indeed. The catching has been pretty good so far. 119 all out. Jaffna Hindu College Colombo with a lead of 17 runs. And we'll probably get a few more overs today. Let's see how the score goes. And the catcher was Hariharan. Yes, I'm right. Hariharan, the fast bowler, took a brilliant catch for 5. Deshkar for 5. Yadav 5. Midhusigan out for note. Santosh for 1. Harsha Mithumina for 12. Sarvis for 32. Abhishek for 22. Abhinesh for 24. Akhilesh for 5. Yasurjan out for note. Deshkar captain for 5. And Yuvraj not out for 4. 119 all out. And Subarnan, the pick of the bowlers, 6 for 43. Hariharan, 1 for 16. Nirujan, I thought he bowled very well, quite smartly as well, 2 for 22. And Jnanagar and Laksigan, 1 for 17. Of course, an over for Nitish and a couple of overs for Abhivarnan for 6 runs. 119 for all out. Jaffna Hindu batted first and were all out for 102, so the lead of 17. And I presume Jaffna Hindu will come back to bat for a few more overs. That's the we've seen the session highlights. It's a nice looking shot on the onside. That's 4 runs. It's a poor fielding effort though. And so that's the first brilliant catch indeed. Wonderful catch indeed by Nitish. Look at the dance, the Bravo-like dance. That's another 4. Played nicely on the offside. Teasing the batter. Yes, indeed, that's a good hit. That's another 4, another boundary as well on the onside. But Yuvraj, that's a streaky one, a streaky boundary again through the kitchen sink at it. That's a good delivery. I think it's a poor batting indeed. He waited for it and just hung his bat there. That's again a good shot on the offside for 4. That's that Hoik on the onside. That's again another boundary. Few boundaries indeed by the Abhinesh and Abhishek and Abhinesh. That's 4 again. That's a good catch. That's another good catch. That was a brilliant catch indeed by Preethigan. And that's a good catch indeed. Look at that. Look at that catch. Look at that catch. That was brilliant. That's again a good one. There's a loud appeal That's not out. We've seen some good catching today. Both the teams, 3 catches from Hindu College Colombo and 4 catches from Jaffna Hindu. The fielding has been pretty good, except for a few ground fielding, sloppy stuff. Other than that, the fielding has been pretty good. The bowling has been all right. We'd like to see some better batting in the second innings. That's a good catch again. Another good catch. Hariharan landing on his knees. I hope he's okay. I hope he didn't jam the knees. He didn't get the knees jarred. So the story here is that Jaffna Hindu batted first, 102 for all out, and then Hindu College Colombo 119 all out, a lead of 17 runs for Hindu College Colombo, and we will be back for the second innings in a short while.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 077 2 71
POHD Plus ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
ඔබේ ආන්දරණීය තරු පෙළ ගැස්ම කීර්ති පැස්කුවෙන් පින් සහශනාල් සොසිල් ප්‍රනාන්දු බෙහින්දු ආරියරත්න බැලන් ඇන්ඩ්‍රියා සචී මදුරංගගේ සුපිරි සංගීත රටාවට එදා මෙදාතුර බයිල ඉතිහාසයේ අමතක නොවන ගීත රසක් දැන් එකම වේදිකාවක POTV නාලිකාංක 100 හරහා Back to the Baila මතකයිනි දවස මාර්තු 14 සවස 6:30ට.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න. සිලෝන් ඉවෙන්ට්ස් මාස්ටර් ලයිව් 0.77
POHD Plus ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් POTV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි. POHD Plus ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD
நல்ல கத்தான் இது on he left மேல பாந்து பிடிச்சிட்டு he landed and then dive. Yeah, very good. Yep, the Colombo Hindu boys back in the field, really looking forward to, they'll be really looking at taking a few wickets before the end of day's play. There's still, I think, 13 overs left on the day, so there's a fair amount of time for both the teams to make an impact. It's either 13 overs a day, so the end time should be around 5:40. I mean, 5:10 is the usual end time, but it can be extended for 30 minutes because the teams have to complete the 95 overs per day. So it can go up to a maximum of 5:40 and another 13 overs left. So depending on what comes first, the game will be, the close of play will come in. So there's plenty of days cricket is still left. So Jaffna, I mean, both the teams will be looking to make an impact, and this particular period will determine who's going to go ahead in this game. Again, straight away, Hindu College Colombo starting with this left arm spin of Yuvraj. That's short, but kept low. It's short, but kept a little low. Yep. Oh yeah, it just kept a little low. It was is this playing up a little bit? Not very sure as yet. It was short, just a little short, but kept low as well. A good start by Yuvraj. That's nicely played on the back foot into the point region for no run. The two openers of Jaffna Hindu will be really looking forward to closing the day without any damage at all. That's off the top edge, slightly full outside the leg stump, off the top edge, went for the stripe. Lucky indeed, and that's 2 runs. Jaffna Hindu opens the count. They have a deficit of 17. Adityan on 2 and Bhavanan yet to open his account. Adityan batted fairly well in the first innings. Bhavanan was... there's a change in the batting order. Earlier, first innings was opened by Anish. But now, of course, Bhavanan and Adityan coming in. So it was Anish and Bhavanan in the first innings, and now it's Adityan that's come in, who came in at 1 down. So let's see how it goes. I think they're looking for more experience now. Anish is being held back. It's not for 2. Hindu College Colombo would really look at getting a few wickets before they reach the target of 17. But Jaffna Hindu will be really looking forward to closing out the day without losing any wicket. That's nicely bowled indeed. A loud shout for LBW. A very loud and convincing shout indeed. But possibly off the bat or maybe drifting down the leg side. Let's see how it goes. Let's see the replay. Yeah, it's possibly down the leg side. It's possibly going down the leg side, but very loud shout indeed. That's tossed wide outside the leg stump. Swept away for, it's on the full toss. Swept away for a single. That's again a bit of overthrow. That's poor fielding indeed. You got to be sharp. Again, one more overthrow. Is that right? No, lucky not to get another overthrow. That's 4 runs taken out from that lead. Bit of poor fielding and a bit of poor bowling as well. That was a juicy full toss on the leg side. It deserved a 4, but of course now with the overthrow they managed to get 2.
Pure HD Plus ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ එකම True HD නාලිකා අත්දැකීම. මෙතෙක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුන්වා දුන් විශාලතම HD නාලිකා එකතුව ඇතුළත් අලුත්ම පැකේජය දැන් Pure TV වෙතින්. දෙස් විදෙස් HD නාලිකා 37ක් ඇතුළුව නාලිකා 150කටත් වඩා වැඩියෙන් අත්විඳින්න. මාසෙටම රුපියල් 3125ක් පමණයි.
Can come in, no? 4 for no loss. That's Yadav into the attack. Right arm off break. Took a couple of wickets in the first innings. Took a couple of wickets in the first innings. It was very nice, very good indeed in the first 3 overs. 3 overs, 3 maidens. And 2 for naught. It's nicely bowled. Keeping it nice and tight. Probably going to see a lot of spin today. Just see how it goes. Yadav keeping it nice and tight. With the style of bowling, with the new ball, he'll be getting a bit of purchase as well. If he can grip it a little bit, but Yuvraj's type of bowler, I think he needs the ball to be a little bit older. He just tosses it up a little bit, so that's where with the shine coming in, he loses control a little bit. But I think Yadav more flatter in trajectory. That's good indeed. Good delivery outside the off stumps. Just a slightly short. Pushed into the covers for no run. Bhavanan, senior player indeed, yet to make an impact in this game, and he'll be really looking forward to get a good, decent score to help his team win. Adityan on the other side batted fairly well in the first innings. He would like to again stitch another partnership to add to the pressure to the Colombo Hindu boys. That's nicely bowled again. Flatter trajectory. Keeping it nice and straight. Yadav continuing his maiden overs. So far 4 deliveries and 4 dot balls. That's nicely bowled. Wide outside the off stump, slightly wider. You got to get the batter's play. You got to go after wickets. You got to get some wickets, early inroads. Jaffna Hindu would be very happy to play out the day, and then come back afresh tomorrow. Yadav, a crafty operator. And Bhavanan, a very experienced player coming round the stumps. Oh, that's beautifully bowled, but just bounced in front of these slips. That was a lovely delivery indeed. Came around the stumps, angled it across. That was just too short, just a little short indeed. Beautiful delivery. He came around the stumps to create that angle, angled across, and just went on with the arm. Just couldn't manage to get that healthy edge he was looking for.
ක්‍රීඩා තරඟ ක්‍රිකට් පාපන්දු එල්ලේ රගර් සංගීත සංදර්ශන මංගල අවමංගල උත්සව ඇතුළු සියලුම උත්සව අවස්ථාවන් වගේම ආගමික වැඩසටහන් දේශපාලන රැස්වීම් ඇතුළු සියලුම අවස්ථාවන් ගුණාත්මක බවින් යුතුව Facebook සහ YouTube ඔස්සේ සජීවීව විකාශය කරවා ගැනීමට අපව අමතන්න සිලොන්.
That's nicely bowled again. Yuvraj. Adityan, the B-spectacle Adityan looks like a mini version of Abrar Ahmed. Of course, Abrar Ahmed is a bowler. And Adityan is a batter. Let's see how he does today. That's a nicely bowled loopy delivery. Played firmly towards the mid-on region. No run. I would have preferred to get Santosh in for a couple of overs because it looks slightly overcast with the new ball and with his ability to swing. It would have been nice to get a few overs of Santosh to try and see what he can get and then bring the spinners on. But Hindu College Colombo thinks otherwise. Both the teams seems to be banking on the spinners more than what they should, in my opinion. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's beautifully bowled indeed. Quite nice and nippy. Keeping it nice and straight. You just have the habit of getting that odd ball, odd loose ball, odd full toss. But if he can curb that, he'll be quite handful. He's taken 5. He'll be looking for another one. He'll be looking for a 10-wicket bag. Adityan, been quite sedate indeed. He's been there and thereabouts. Oh, that's nicely bowled. That's a loud shout for LBW. That looked pretty close. But umpire seems to have indicated that's going down the leg side. Let's see how that goes. That hit him on the inside edge. Ooh, was it off the bat? Yes, sorry. That seems to be off the bat. That's off the inside edge. Good decision by the umpire. Yeah, we used to criticize the umpires, but that must give it to the batter. Give it to the umpire this time. It was a very good decision indeed. A thick inside edge. Oh, that's a nothing delivery indeed. 2 overs, 3 overs gone, 4 without loss. It's a 13-run lead right now. Jaffna Hindu. Yep, most of the wickets were taken by the spinners except for 3, I suppose. Jaffna Hindu, Nirujan took a couple of wickets and Hariharan took 1. But other than that, 17 wickets have been taken by the spinners. Here comes Yadav. That's nicely bowled again. He's getting a bit of bite off the turf. Not much of turn. It just goes straight on, but he gets a little bit of kick out of it. Shoots in a little bit, and that's, if he can just bowl that stump to stump line, he can be quite handful. Bhavanan and Adityan really communicating with each other very nicely. Oh, that's well bowled, and it's a single. It's 5 without loss. Jaffna Hindu slowly but steadily eating into that lead of 17. The College Colombo really looking forward for a couple of wickets. That's something they'll be really hoping for from both Yuvraj and Yadav to get that breakthrough for them. That's a harmless delivery. Again, around the stumps, trying to angle it across. He probably can come back over the stump and keep it there and thereabout in the stumps. Maybe get that mid wicket in. Yes, there's a mid wicket. Yeah, get that mid wicket in and bowl a little bit more straighter. That's a shout, a quiet inquiry, I would say, but no damage done. Trying to come around the stumps and then angling it across, possibly trying to bring back 1 in. And that's the end of over number 4. 5 without loss.
Introducing Pure HD Plus, Sri Lanka's ultimate HD entertainment experience. Get ready to dive into the largest collection of local and international HD channels in true high-definition quality. Experience HD with Sri Lanka's premium TV package that offers a full lineup of over 150 channels featuring all your favorites. Enjoy all of this for Rs 3,125 per month.
Yuvraj into the attack, back again from the commentary box end. That's a loud shout. That's out. That's given. That's it. That's a very good delivery indeed. Came on with the arm and missed that inside edge. Beaten on the inside edge, and that's out. Plum, LBW. He was playing for that for that turn on the left arm spin, but he actually came on with the arm and it just went in straight through. Good to see the Hindu College all-boys think tank like Chitparan, Viraj Poobalan and all on the screens discussing things. Maybe, I don't know, again, strategies. Not too sure about that. But that delivery was a good one. He was playing for that turn. It didn't turn. It just came in a little bit. It actually beat the inside edge by a mile. And that's plum. The new man in is Anish, who opened the batting in the first innings. Now he's forced to come. He's coming at number 3. The experiment of pushing back Anish and then getting Adityan in. Of course, Adityan is still staying there, but Bhavanan has gone. So they lost the first wicket as earlier than this. It's again nicely played. Anish is again a good young prospect. I've seen him from under 13-15 levels in 2023-24. He's a good head on his shoulders and a very young talent as well. He's going to go places in his cricketing career. That's a loopy full toss. Sorry, that's a loopy delivery. Trying to entice Anish to come down the track and go after it. Anish has been too sedate. But should realize that there's still 13 overs to go. You can't defend those 13 overs. You got to get some runs as well. You got to punish those loose deliveries. Oh, that's a nice delivery again. Not too sure what's that appeal or inquiry is for, but that's certainly miles away from the bat. Just came round the stumps, angled it across, and just it went on with the arm further down. And he just tried to hang his bat away, but no damage done. It's nicely played on the onside. That's the. Yep, we still have one more ball to go. That's a wicket and 4 dot balls so far. Yuvraj bowling very well. That's it. That's ball. I think it's good to celebrate, but I don't think it's a nice thing to go and celebrate in front of the batter, with all those gestures. And I think I hope that the kids will learn as they move on. You do celebrate, that's fine, absolutely fine, but don't be at the face of the other batter or the other team player. It's not a good thing to do, and these youngsters should be taught the right way. Yes, you can be aggressive, you can show your gestures, but not right in front of the face of the batter. Bit of juggling in the batting order, I suppose. Nirujan came down the order in the first innings, and now he's coming in as number 4. It's quite strange, in my opinion. Again, there's still a lot more overs to go. There's about at least another 7-8 overs. There's time till 5:40. Another 21 minutes of play. Possibly another 8 overs maximum. That's a loud shout. No, not at all. Not out. Says the umpire. Oh, that looked out. That really looked like grazed the batter's outside edge. Would like to see that replay again if possible. Maybe in slightly slow motion. That looked very, very, very close indeed. No, not really. It's actually even in the first inning, Nirujan came in as 2 down. He scored a good 14. And again, yeah, he's in the right position. He's not a night watchman. He batted very well, in fact. He put on a good partnership with Adityan. So they'll be hoping. I mean, he literally came in at the same stage. It was 5 for 2 in the first innings as well, Jaffna Hindu. And again, both Adityan and Nirujan, they really sort of put on a good, decent partnership to get the innings off the blocks. Again, similar situation where Bhavanan and Anish were dismissed very early. And it's the same thing right now as well. Started the innings with a deficit of 17, and now Jaffna Hindu College has lost their 2 wickets for 5 runs, and that's the end of today's play. Is that right? All right, so that's it. That's the end of this play. To give a summary, Jaffna Hindu batted first, won the toss, selected to bat first, 102 all out. The top scorers being. So that's okay. That's the summary scorecard of Adityan and Jaffna Hindu College. Adityan not out on 4. Bhavanan 1. Anish out for naught. Nirujan not out naught. And 5 for 2 or 5.2 overs. With some good batting to come. It's going to be an interesting day's play tomorrow. The bowling: Yuvraj 3 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 2, and Yadav 2.2 overs, 1 maiden. I think there's something wrong. So I think it's Yuvraj 3 overs, 2 maidens, should be 1 for 4. Yeah, that's right. That's bad light stop play. Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, Yadav 2 for 4. Yuvraj 2 for 4 of 2 overs, and then Yadav, the other bowler, yet to take a wicket. So at the end of again to summarize, 102 all out Jaffna Hindu batting first, after winning the toss, and Hindu College Colombo 119 all out with a 17-run lead, and now Jaffna Hindu batting second, 5 for 2 at the end of day 1, and they are adrift by another 12 runs. So we'll say bye from here right now, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at the same time. At the early morning, we'll start at about 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. That's bad light, right? Huh?